Welcome back everyone to Lamborghini The Real Race, and good morning on this beautiful Sunday morning if you're in Europe, or Sunday afternoon if you're in Asia, because we're getting ready to head into another two big race events here at Lamborghini The Real Race, this time with the APAC region. If you watched last week, that was all about EMEA, so Europe and nearly forgot all the other countries in there, don't worry. We get there. It's still quite early, but there are two races coming your way today as we're heading over to Nürburgring in Germany and then finishing off in Zolder. That is Belgium. Once again, my name is Rene, and obviously not covering this on my own because that would be way too boring and there will be a lot of action on the track to cover. So please welcome Lee Demon Smith once again to the show. Lee, we got two races. As always, we do sprint race on both. We do a main race on both. What to look out for today?
Firstly, the Middle East and Africa that you forgot.
Thanks.
The fact that Jordan Sherratt, last year's winner, and the Lamborghini works driver these days, is kind of from that region, so you probably should remember it. Anyway, today, obviously, like you say, we're going to the APAC region, the land of Andrew O'Hara, who dominated last season and is actually at the top right now, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, some fantastic racing action today, obviously, across Nürburgring and Zolder today for the for the Asia region, which is obviously not, we're very much in European-based tracks, Germany and Belgium, so different tracks for them. In terms of format, this is what you want to talk about. It's how they got here. They had a full qualification stage. You guys at home, and I know you do see it in the Discord channel as well, like, how do I race here? Well, obviously, these guys have all qualified. Unlike last season where we basically had a qualifier every race, this season we had a qualifier at the beginning of the season, which set our field out, and then all these guys have a qualifier on Saturday, which sets the field for the 15-minute first sprint race. And then the top 8 will be reversed from that 15 minutes. And we'll move into the 45-minute main race where there's a lot more points up for grabs as well. And as you can see, this is the full path to glory, I guess we could say. There will be the top 15 from this group stage today. We'll have the top 15 that will go through to that finals and the last chance event there. What you see is the single winner from that last chance event will go through and join the other 15 drivers to round out the field in the finals that will be happening on October 16th, I believe. And that's going to be, I think they're all on the same day, Rene. So yourself and me are going to have a busy one then.
That is true, but it will be great because we're obviously not just racing for fun of it and definitely also for pride, but also for 15,000 euros prize pool split by 5k per region. And additionally to that, the chance for the winner to become part of the Lamborghini eSports racing team. So we're talking about an iconic brand here, the car manufacturer that everyone had on the walls as a kid, right? I certainly did. So that's a big chance, and our drivers still have to do something for it because it's not that easy to actually get into all of this. Lee just explained how they got here so far, which is the group stage. And afterwards, we go into the last chance qualifier, and then we will head into the finals. So at least there are a lot of steps closer already to the big dream of maybe becoming a Lamborghini eSports driver. Talking about driving, we should have a look at our very first track. That is Nürburgring. So we're actually heading over to my hometown currently, Bisley. And we're heading over there with this list of drivers. Some of them we know. Obviously, Andrew O'Hara, big name from the previous season. Andika Ramamulana, also know him from several races, including Lamborghini, the real race. So returning drivers such as Luca Giacomin, for example. Lucas Burrs was in there last time as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, David Singh was there for last year as well. Rahmat was there last season. A lot of returners. Joseph Morgan doing very well this season as well. Hyungmin Chang was there last season as well. So it's quite a few that have sort of kept present in the scene, which is great to see. Obviously, the APAC region, I know you guys always feel misrepresented across esports in general. There's a marching band just outside my door. That's quite random on a Sunday morning.
Things I didn't expect in Lamborghini The Real Race. A marching band walking by where Lee lives. Yep, happens to you. What also happens is heading over to Germany, as I said already, not Nürburgring Nordschleife. Obviously going to the Nürburgring GP track. That It's that lovely circuit you have on your screen right now. A bit over 5 kilometers of length, 16 turns in total, and an amazing turn 1 for our start. Really looking forward to that when they have to dive down into the hairpin, then going into the Mercedes arena. That will not be easy, especially the double lefts leave a lot of room for different lines and maybe the first attacks on lap 1 or 2.
Is that correct? I always thought it was all one word, and it was Nürburgring. And I
It is one word.
It's one word, right? Yeah, okay. It wasn't just me. I was looking at it, I was like, have I always typed it wrong?
No,
have I like always put this wrong? But no, yeah, okay.
It's absolutely correct. Before we obviously set our eyes on the Nürburgring GP, we should know a bit more about the circuit, what to expect there, how to overtake, and how to drive it properly. So here's your track introduction.
And welcome everyone to this hot tub guide with Giorgio Simonini and the Lamborghini eSports in Nurburgring. We know that we need to brake just by the pole, 100 meter volt here, stay on the left side of the track, hit the apex, go 100% as soon as we can. In 5th gear, then we go back in 2nd, brake a little bit to close up on the curb, accelerate straight, get on the green side, and we know that we need to get as close as we can on the left side again, inside this curb. We need to hit the right curb again, go 100%, stay on the limit of the line, there on the left. Then we brake just before it finishes the cones there on the right. We hit the apex 100%. Then again in 2nd gear, we try to go as much as we can on the accelerator on the green side on the left. Then we go here, we try to hit like a V racing line. So we go immediately on the apex. We hit it again 100%, go on the green side area on the left. Then we have the Schumacher S's here. So you make sure that you release just a little bit before get on the green side. Green again on the left. Then we brake here on the right at like 120 meters. You hit the apex, go on 5th gear. Go all on the left again. Make sure accelerate as soon as you can here, and have a long straight, a lot of overtake opportunities here. Just make sure you defend the inside, and here we have like the last chicane, very famous chicane of Nürburgring. Then we go towards the last corner of the track in 2nd gear, and you close up just here on the left to use all the traction and all the racing circuit, and this was a lap in Nürburgring.
Quick overview of the Nürburgring GP and quick lap from Giorgio Simonini, the Lamborghini eSports driver. And the cool thing about this, Lee, is that we not just have him on video telling us about the racetrack, we actually also have him here as an interview guest to kick off today's Lamborghini The Real Race show. So welcome, Giorgio. You all right?
Yeah, all good. Hello to everyone.
That's a good start. We also heard you talking German, so you're very versatile. That's amazing. English, Italian, German. Right, everything ready. But tell us a bit when it comes to Germany, Nürburgring GP. Do you like that track? It's one of your favorites?
Yeah, I've always raced in Nürburgring with the scary sensation, because I never liked it as a personal way of driving, because it's very tricky. It's a very tricky circuit to get it right. You've got some strange curves you have to get used to, especially the first sector. It's all like bringing speed and taking the right apex. It's a very, from my point of view, a very tricky circuit. I never were able to master it 100% just because of his, a unique style. But sure, it's a great track. Like there is a lot of battles that can happen there. In general, like the layout of the circuit is interesting. But of course, then you adapt your driving style to whatever circuit you prefer. But yeah, I mean, we'll see some great action indeed in turn 1 and so on.
And obviously, we won't have you for the next race, so let's talk about Zolder while we're here. How do you feel about how do you feel about 2 tracks back to back, effectively? Which I remember Jordan saying this is quite tricky, having multiple tracks in one day. But Zolder as a circuit, obviously it's one that everybody learns in the campaign, right? I guess that's where you have to learn it.
Yeah, no, indeed. Zolder is even worse than Nürburgring in terms of technique. You have especially the chicane in the middle sector that you need to go through it and take it in the right way. Otherwise, the car is getting unsettled. But yeah, I mean, in Zolder, you just need to keep your pace. It's very difficult to pass there. So as long as you do your racing now, you do your pace, and you don't do mistakes, you can keep your position. So that's a suggestion I would give to everyone, just to keep your shoulders very wide and keep doing your pace. That's it.
I want to jump in before Rene does. I want to ask you about yesterday. You guys did a 9-hour endurance yesterday, Kailami. Actually went pretty well. I think you ended up second. I missed the last 10 minutes, so I'm just going to put my foot in my mouth and say you finished second, because I saw Jordan was rounding it out. But yeah, how did the day go?
Yeah, we finished second. We started from pole position in Kalami, which was a great thing. Jordan Sherrod did an amazing job throughout the whole race. Yeah, I guess it was difficult to take the win, as we have, a very tough field in the World Championship. So taking home at P2 felt very good, from the first round that we won. And then we had 2 difficult rounds with the Lamborghini. Now getting back to the front with the podium was a very good sensation indeed, to finish off finally in a second place. But sure, we always aim for the win. So for us, it was still like, that we felt that win in the first 2 stints, and then it became very difficult. But indeed, you need to see the positive, and it was very good to get the P2 again in Kalami, especially.
Definitely good result for you guys at Lamborghini. But while we're at the topic of securing a win or securing a championship, any advice for our drivers here in Lamborghini The Real Race and how to actually win this event?
Yeah, indeed, the consistency has always been useful for every championship. So even the P2 we did yesterday, it's very important for the championship. You don't need to extremize your driving just to get that extra result that can maybe fall down in a very bad result. So keeping that podiums, keeping that level, consistency, that's what as well all teams look for, because of course a driver needs to be quick, but consistency is what everyone looks for, especially in ACC for endurance races. So I would suggest for that, keep your head on that. If you have the chance to be P1, but at the same time the championship is long and you have to risk it, just think about it twice. Keep consistency, that's a priority. But overall, we are drivers, we want to win. So if you compare the risk, you of course want to win, but consistency is more priority in this case.
Yeah, even today where we do 4 races in total, obviously with 2 sprint races, 2 feature races. Giorgio Simonini, thank you so much for joining us, taking the time to introduce us to the Nürburgring GP and for this interview. And I would say we actually jump into some racing action. Hope you keep watching.
Good luck to everyone, and let's get some good racing.
Thank you very much. Racing action is coming your way in just a bit with the Nürburgring GP. As we said earlier, just in case you missed the format explanation, it's a 15-minute sprint race with the qualifiers that already happened. So we will see at the starting order, get 15 minutes of race action, and then we will head into a 45-minute feature race where we reverse the top 8. Means whoever was 8th in the sprint race will end up on pole position. That's quite nice. Actually quite handy if you couldn't make it in the first race. But we also know already, Lee, that some of that is a bit of tactical positioning, and sometimes it's about who do you want to fight in the longer race and who you don't want to fight in the longer race.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you just said, obviously, and we saw it to quite a lot last week, in regards to, with Nicola Hubun and Whitehead were battling throughout for a long time. It's like, do they want to challenge each other? Well, yes, they wanted a race, but do they want to risk it? No, they didn't. I mean, that's to the point that Hubun was like up his rear for the majority of the race, and it's like, if you make a mistake, that'll pass you, but I'm not going to force the issue. Plus, they're also teammates, which is, don't want to cause any drama. In there. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously for people like, O'Hara, Ramamalana, who are pretty secure, I would say, already in the top 15. For them, it's just about concreting their performance and, racing. At the end of the day, everybody here is sim racing. Most people, the viewers, are probably sim racers, I would suspect. So at the end of the day, it's about enjoying the race, right? That's why you did it in the first place. Why did you jump in your sim? Why did you spend all this money to get a sim rig? Why did you do all this? It's because you love it. It's because you love it, and that's what these guys are going to be doing today. So I think we're going to see some fun coming out from some of these top drivers that have already secured their place.
Yeah, one of them could be Andika Ramanulana, 27-year-old. From Indonesia, who, as I said already, I saw in many, many races, always a candidate for a top 5 finish or even better than that. Fadil Ahmad, we also had him in previous races. Another driver that I would say needs a bit of that consistency just to get the big points in.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, obviously, weather dependent. And I want to see, if you remember the very first sprint race last week, we had no penalties. I'd like to see that today. Like consistency, clean racing, the race control doesn't need to get the big stick out. I would say we are at the Nurburgring, so, we do have that whole turn 1 and then into the arena sort of curve, so it can be tricky at the start, which, I'll be very surprised if actually it is clean. But it'd be nice. It would be nice. And Rene, could you just perhaps lean out the window and see if it's raining or not?
I can tell you it was raining a ton yesterday.
Yeah.
I hope it is not raining today. I think, to be honest, I got all the blinds shut to actually make this possible, so I have no clue right now how it looks outside. Could be dark, could be bright, could be raining, storming, snowing. Who knows? It's Nürburgring. I mean, everything could happen.
Yeah, I suspect it's going to be wet. Because why not, eh? Actually, to be fair, it's pretty darn overcast here, and I'm only about an hour away from you, so I would accept the rain, and I can tell you right now, it's going to be a wet race. Or damp, I should say. Not wet. The track is damp.
It's
which
damp,
is a big difference, actually.
It is. In terms of grip, it definitely is. We will see if the rain increases over the race weekend that we have here today. As I said, we do the 50-minute, then the 45 minutes, so the weather can change slightly. It could also become dry midway through the race. We never know. But let's actually talk about the standings that we have. And Andika Ramanulana is starting off on pole with Luke Burrs right next to him, then Rahmat, and then Andrew O'Hara, only in the second row.
Yeah, no, I love it. And so obviously qualifying went well yesterday. Davish Singh up there, Guy Coman, Chang's in there as well. A name that I don't recognise is Shaquille, which is great to see in there. Joseph Morgan, we saw him. He actually posted his qualifying laps earlier on in the Discord as well. Shotimer in there, Louis in 11th, Wesson in 12th, then Heisa in 13th, Jeff Newton in 14th, Tristan Carter 15th, Shung in 16th, Satam 17th, and Garnham in 18th. Now, it is a rolling start, so everybody's got to get in position, get ready to go, as they all bunch up and wait for the green flag. Are you all right there, Rennie? You dying on me?
No, I'm not. I'm all good.
No, you're good. I thought you were
I just had to cough in between. That was fine.
Well, we're about ready for the green flag to drop here. The first sprint race at Nürburgring for the real race. And the Lamborghinis are underway, and it's all about that first sharp turn. You can see they're all heavy on the brakes already. 3, 4, 5 wide. I don't know where he's going, but he's off. Shaquille's taking a wide turn. There is going to be a car spinning as expected at the start. It's such a tough first corner. I would be amazed if there wasn't any incidents there. But it is Andika Ramanulana that starts off and holds his pole position.
Yeah, he was covering up the inside here to go into the hairpin, and it is so hard because it's hard to judge how the brakes will react and how the tires will react. Well, we see them bunching up a bit at the end of the Mercedes arena, but it seems like Davish Singh might be able to gain another position in his blue Lamborghini Huracán. That's the Super Trofeo EVO2 version that we're using here in Lamborghini the Real Race. So far, he is in 5th position. That's a good one to start with. But you can't let Andika Ramanulana just run away with it. The Indonesian driver, very, very good, very experienced as well. While we see Jacomin trying to cover up the inside of the Goodyear corner now. Back then it was Dunlop corner, now it's Goodyear. Basically the same brand anyway. At least for Europeans, a bit different in the US actually. But it is a very long 180-degree corner that you can either have one apex or double apex, depending on how the line that you want to take. And now up to Michael Schumacher S here. Let's see if Davish Singh can maybe do something out of it. in Warstein. Nope, that doesn't really work, but now it's a long straight towards the first chicane lead. That could be a big moment, especially early on where you still got the slipstream.
Absolutely, still plenty of overtaking chances around this track, and that's where they're going to be looking to pick their points. People that have done well from the start. Garnham up 4 places. We've had Heise up 3 places. Oscar Louis got 3 places into 9th place now. And Guy Coming up 2 places. O'Hara obviously took a place at the start there, so Davlis and Huracán both going backwards at the start. Not ideal for them, but as you can see, Davlis Singer's got himself pretty much sorted out once again here. Continues on in 6th place. Down the bottom, Tristan Carter, a driver that did make quite a few places early on, but then lost them, unfortunately, so he's having to take his first journey into the pits. Drive-through penalty also for Sean.
Yeah, the drive-through penalty obviously hurts massively here in the sprint race. Bit easier in the main race, but you never want to pick one up, no matter what and no matter which race you're in. Joseph Morgan currently in 7th position, being followed by Lou. That's the other purple and black Huracan that you see in the background. In front is Davlish Singh and the blue one. And it seems like they're still quite close, but a bit less bunched up than on the race that we saw in the EMEA region. Obviously, they have been on different tracks. And I wonder, does anyone have anything against cones today? What's going on there? It's like, these cones didn't do anything to you guys. Leave them alone.
Yeah, I just saw them all flying over. I thought someone's taking a wide run there, but as you can see, the top 6 ahead of us here from Joseph Morgan's front perspective as they sort of wind through. Vesson with the fastest lap at the start. Obviously, you know, it's very different from the start. It's a rolling start, so if you're further back, you're generally going to be going quicker over the line than the original front runners, but we'll see whether we can make any ground and make use of that. So remember, the top 8 will turn around. So at the moment, Chang would be leading as pole position in the main race. As I say that, he drops back a position. It's Oscar Liu that's actually just moved up, so he's just took into 8th position. So great work from him further behind. So actually, have a look at that quick battle. That was all just happening behind. Talking about Vesson, 15-second penalty coming through, the first one of the day. It's not as clean as I hoped.
Yeah, I wonder if that was for a penalty or if he already picked up some cuts, but I think it was for an actual incident in the early opening of the race, because there had been quite a few. Well, we still see Oscar Liu now under pressure from Chang here, and Chang might have a look on the inside here into turn 1. That's the hairpin. Track is still damp. Rain will increase in the next 10 minutes, but it shouldn't change a ton for the drivers here in the sprint race at least. See if anything happened in turn 1. Nope, everyone got through. Andrew O'Hara still in 3rd, looking at Mulana and Birds. And he knows, obviously, he will be in front of them in the main race if he just stays on 3rd. And I think he can live with not winning every single race today. As we heard from Simonini, it is about consistency. It's about making sure that you constantly score points big enough to make it into the grand final.
Yeah, in terms of penalties, the drive-through for Tristan Carter was because he had contact with multiple cars at the start. An unsafe rejoin actually for car number 8. That's obviously Shaquille, who did get barreled off right at the start. Maybe an unsafe rejoin. That was on the first corner where he got knocked off there. The one we just had through for Vesson, he spun off car number 13. So Heise was unfortunately spun off by Vesson, which is why he's got that 15-second penalty. And also the drive-through, as we talked about already, for Tristan. So that's where the penalties currently are coming through. And at the moment, it is pretty much as stationed. And we were talking about whether people were going to try and make too many overtakes. O'Hara obviously up into 3rd is a great move. And speaking of, who's that just happening directly in front of it? It's Rahmat battling with Davlish Singh. Davlish Singh gets it done. Nice move from him. Getting straight up there into 6th place. Up into 5th place now. As he makes the move work. And this is what we were talking about. We were talking about it earlier on, Reddy, before we came on. And also to a point, Simonini mentioned it, that there are quite a lot of overtaking points on the Nurburgring, as opposed to Zolder, which we're obviously going to have later on, which is very tricky to overtake.
Yeah, definitely Zolder with all those chicanes, and they get very, very tight. Lots of banking that you have to use there. Banking would be more like Nordschleife part. At the Nürburgring GP, it is fairly okay, I would say. There are a few corners where you have to hit that bank, and Goodyear corner is one of them, to ensure that the car clinches up to the inside. But initial D-style, dropping the car down there, then they get pulled around the corner. But so far, I have to say, everyone very calm there up in the top 10, I would say, for the start of the race. Still 8.5 minutes to go. Davos Singh now in 5th, and he will probably have to defend a bit against Rahman, because Rahman is still there, right there at his rear bumper. You see that slightly different lines through Mercedes Arena, trying to get a better run, using more momentum to come on the short straight here before you go down to the long version of GP, because you could go to the right here, which is the short sprint version, where they killed all the cones. And hopefully no one goes there now that the cones are gone, but we should be fine. They all know where to drive here at Nürburgring GP, but Rahman is still there. Can he actually do something into the 180 degree that they're coming up to now? But it's so hard. Even if you get a better entry or exit there, it's not a lot of speed difference. And we saw him here, like he goes for double apex. Singh looked more like he would do a normal corner with one apex there. And on the exit, up to Michael Schumacher S, we actually see a ton of clouds. I think the main race will be quite wet.
Yeah, I think so. I can see it, like you say, 30 minutes, it's going to be double, so it's going to probably go into the full wetness, which, well, it may make it entertaining, I don't know. It'll also slow the race down as well, let's not forget. So it's always nice to see these cars performing at their fullest in the dry, but we'll see whether that carries through into the main race. At the moment, we're looking at the top 8, and of course, it is going to be Oscar Liu that continues in that 8th place. He'll be starting on pole position if they stays as is for the next 7 minutes of racing action. Andika Ramamalana leading the race, leading with the fastest lap as well, holding station and doing a fantastic job at that. As we see, you can see the gap that's formed between him as well, so he's doing a fantastic job at keeping ahead of Luke Burst, Luke just behind him, Andrew O'Hara keeping the pressure on, ever-present Andrew O'Hara, no doubt about it, just seeing if he can improve his points. As I mentioned at the start, you know, these guys are, I think it's 59 points for O'Hara, 56 for Andika Ramabalana. So I guess in terms of mental edge, maybe, if you finish with more points, you got to be happy with that, especially for Andika Ramabalana. Obviously, he competed a little bit in the real race last season, but wasn't there for the majority of it, whereas obviously O'Hara dominated throughout that period. So it's great to see some of the drivers coming in, some new faces, or some old faces, I guess you could say, coming in to challenge his dominance from last season.
Yeah, definitely. It also depends on if you did all the races. And today, one of the drivers that I wanted to mention, actually, that needs some points, is not even in the grid today. I wanted to talk about Luke Rose, who's just roughly outside of the top 15, but so is Shakir, who is currently sitting at 13th spot. He is actually 3 points away from making it into the grand final. So he will need to be on his toes today, ensuring to score on every single track, to then get flooded into the top 15 to make it even further.
He's looking to get past Garnham right now. Obviously, Shakir got spun at the start, so not ideal on that first opening lap. So he was the one that was unfortunately caught off guard by Mr. Vessen, so that's why he finds himself in this position. I don't know whether it doesn't look like he picked up too much damage, and generally when you do have one of those turn 1 incidents, it's not tend to be the damage, it's just simply a case of you've been spun and thrown out of position. Lucas Burst just gained a lot of ground. I feel that, and we just missed Andika Ramamalana making a mistake, because he's just gained over a second. So there's definitely a change of the guard penalty here. Also, fastest lap. Look at that. And look at that. The game's also confirming it. Double fastest lap. To the 1,000th of a second identical lap time.
Now that's really impressive what they just did here. And it shows that how close the skill set is of all of these drivers coming in today's race at the Nürburgring GP. And I wonder is now, with the distance that we have between Burrs and Andika Ramamalana, which is half a second, it seems like Mulana is just a bit pacing right now. I think he's just working with the gap he has, trying to not push too much, because with the increasing rain, even if it isn't that much, there's always a slight difference in how the car feels every single lap.
Just getting game on this little soundbite in my ear now of the mind the gap that he tends to play on his stream, just to give him a little bit of a heads up there, but it's obviously comes from the London Underground It's a sound audible that always plays out there. But yeah, definitely does seem to be maintaining it. Maybe. Just to give you that time, by the way, it's 2 minutes flat. 0.910 is the exact same fastest lap time that they've both done, which is quite impressive. This is weird because my friend literally posted me yesterday a picture of him in iRacing of where he also had the exact same fastest lap time. It's, to have that 2 days running is pretty bizarre, down to the thousandth of a second. It's like, I don't know what the odds are of that happening, but it's probably pretty rare. Even just the exact thousandth of a second. But it is Andika Ramanalana we should be talking about right now with 3 minutes to go. We're looking at, well, just one more lap after this, so starting the penultimate lap, I guess you could say, with Luke Burse closing down on Ramanalana, just keeping him honest, I think it is safe to say, towards the end of this race. I'm looking towards gaps across the board. There doesn't seem to be too many. This is actually the closest all the way down the field, it seems, so it's unusual that we do manage to maintain eyes on the front runner, because tends to be they run away with it, certainly in the main race. But it's great to see Luke Burse, or Lucas Burse I should say, putting in a challenge, and he does look like he may actually try and put in a challenge on these next 2 laps.
Yeah, the gap on the track might not be that big, but the gap in the standings is actually quite massive. Lucas Burse is looking at 5th right now, 62 points, and Andika Ramanalana is only 10th with 35 points. So with Andika maybe stacking away a win here in the sprint race, that's a big step towards the top 8 or even top 5 in our standings. Obviously top 15 is what you need to hit to get into the grand final, but it's never bad to ensure that you're in there and you showed already that you were someone to consider. Why Lucas Burse had to consider pressing the brake a bit harder, I think, into the Goodyear corner, because that was quite close.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should be fine. I mean, I think it's down to Dika to make a mistake, really, if anything. I don't think Luke's going to try and push the issue. We just obviously had Simonini was just talking about this, about consistency. You've got to try and keep in there, and you need to think about, yes, obviously at the end of the day you are racers and you're there to try and win races, but you also need to be thinking about, well, 1 minute, we're going into the main race, more points up for grabs. I can have my opportunity there, keep in the top 8, because God forbid anything goes wrong and they spin out and then drop out the top 8 as well. It could be full disaster for them as we start the final lap.
Yeah, it is the final lap here for very first 15-minute race Nürburgring GP before we're heading into the main race. It'll be Andika Ramanalana then starting from 8th. Because we'll reverse the top 8, so he has a long way to go in those 45-minute races to snack another win. Lucas Burse would be in 7th then, and instead it would be Chang actually going up to pole position for the main race. So a lot of mixed up for. Not quite sure if I have the wrong standings now that Demon actually tells me in the background.
I was trying to be subtle.
I do.
And not like throw you in there.
Why did I have the... Wait, but the funny thing is, you're looking at exactly the same page.
I mean, I had it wrong last week.
You have it wrong. I can tell you why you have it wrong, because your leader, Andrew O'Hara, has only 59 points. Well, I can tell you that Huang Ming Chang has 81 points, which means mine is newer than yours.
That's from qualifiers.
No.
81 points.
Oh, it is. Learn to read, Renee. Learn to read.
I'm just saying I did the same thing last week.
Yeah, true. Now we're swapping places.
I remember doing it, yeah. So, you know, we both made the same error. It's just I was confused when you said
I thought I clicked on the right one.
And I distinctly remember him being up there for, we thought he'd be driver of the day, you know.
Yeah, so it is Andrew O'Hara on first and Dika Ramanalana on second. Yeah, Lucas Burse on 4th in total. Completely ruining my storyline that I was painting here.
I know. I was trying to be subtle and not drop you in it on air, but you kind of did yourself.
That's fine.
Anyway, let's talk about the final lap, because they're about to come over the line. You can see it is Andika Ramanalana actually under a bit of pressure now from Luke Burse. Maybe he's thinking of making a move here, coming into the chicane. Let's see. He's just getting a little squirrely, maybe thinking about could I peek out? He's absolutely thinking of it. Has a little look up the inside. Tries to send it around. Is he going to have the inside line? He will, but he's going to cut across the grass and he's going to have to give that position back. And he did try and make a play of it just before the chicane. I like to see it. I like the pressure that Lucas Burse put on there. So absolutely wanted to have a go, but it will be Andika Ramanalana that will go over the line and take himself his win from pole position. Lucas Burr second, Andrew O'Hara in third, Guy coming in fourth. Rahmat in the end will regain that position in fifth, so I'd love to see what happens to Davlish Singh further on, because unfortunately he has dropped out of the server, so I hope it wasn't just a simple disconnect. Joseph Morgan in sixth, Oscar Liu in seventh, and that means that Chang will be our pole sitter for the main race, who finishes in eighth.
Yeah, he will be very happy with that, I think. It seems like he wasn't really on pace on the sprint race, now with the main, and seeing how many overtakes we had here at Nürburgring GP in the 50 minutes, which weren't that many, there is a big chance to just block the lead for a while, and people like Andika Ramolano or Lucas Burrs, they will take a while normally to get through there. Depends on, obviously, what happens in turn one. And sometimes we had drivers starting in 8th that managed to get 4th after the first 4 corners. But turn 1 here at the Nürburgring GP is quite crucial. Everything can happen there. And on one side, you want to go for the push because there's so much space in turn 1 to fight a line through and gain positions. But on the other hand, if you do it wrong, then you might not score any points in the feature race.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, you live there. You live there, you've driven it a long time. Where do you feel is the best, and I would say best place in terms of overtaking, but also the safest place in terms of not being clattered? Are you going inside? Are you going wide outside? Like, where's the best place? Because obviously we're looking at like 3-4 wide at times here.
So when I'm not starting at the front in a real race, I prefer to go around the outside. Because on the inside, there's still this massive drop on the APAC.
Yeah,
so if you have to go even further inside, the car might bottom out. You lose a lot of time. There's not a lot of traction to even get out of the corner. And everyone will bunch up there. So if you just run around the outside, there's also a lot of space to still go. There's a bit of a support track, right, for the 24-hour layout. So you can drive on that if necessary. Which means you can avoid a crash or a spin in front of you, and then run into the 2 left-handers in Mercedes Arena from the inside. That works out. If you're leading, then obviously being on the inside is the preferable space, because you're also in the best position then for the long left-hander, and you can really use the momentum there in the Mercedes Arena to stay on top. So yeah, Chang probably has to stay on the right side, and everyone else starting from, I would say, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. They can go to the outside and just see how much space there is, and maybe hope for the first 3-4 drivers to bunch up on the inside, because then on the outside you can actually really let the car run and take down some opponents.
Yeah, I'm one of those drivers that will. I just like to play it safe at the start, because I'm so. But then again, I also drive in much lower leagues, so I'm so wary of other cars around me just torpedoing me from behind. It's better to just play it safe and try and win the race from the next few laps. But anyway, yeah, that's my driving.
Yeah, watch Lee enter Lamborghini the real race on season 28. When he finally figured out how to do a below 2-minute lap.
The oldest driver in the grid.
It will happen one day. What will also happen is the Nürburgring GP feature race. 45 minutes of racing action coming your way right after a short break. for Lamborghini, the real race, and back for the Nürburgring GP action-packed race that we have up ahead. 45-minute main race, and Lee, we have to update our viewers a bit on what happened in the sprint race, because it will not be Andika Ramalana getting the win in the sprint race. It will instead be Lucas Burs, which means Lucas Burs starts 8th, Andika Ramalana starts 7th, because of what?
So, because they believe, obviously it was the chicane, the last move we saw at the end there. They believe that obviously because Luke Burs's car was ever so slightly ahead, obviously Ramalana on the left, Luke Burs was on the right. They were side by side, slightly ahead, turning in together, and then obviously they believe they but see it as Andika Ramalana's car nudging Burs off the track. So obviously we were talking about the fact he went off track on the overtake and had to give the position back, but they saw it, or race control is what I'm saying, saw it as Andika Ramalana forcing him off track, and therefore Luke Burs was given the place.
Yeah, that means we got a slightly different result and slightly different starting order, but both drivers are well within the top 10 of the overall standings, so does not really change much for them. It is all about just ensuring that you score a bit of points today, ensuring that you make it into the grand final, and then really attack once again. And there will be the 45-minute race on Nürburgring before we head over to Belgium to race on Zolder, which will be a bit more elbows out, I would say. So Manini took it, said, just make your shoulders as wide as possible, block all this, because it is a very technical track, very tight one. So a change of rhythm. I wonder how well they do in the change of rhythm in general, because from Nürburgring GP to Zolder, that is a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's talk about the weather. We're onto a wet track now as well at the Nürburgring. We were talking about it during the first sprint race. We were saying it's getting heavier. So it's moved from damp to wet. Certainly that's what we're seeing in free practice. I'm assuming it's going to stay the same as soon as we move into the actual main race. How it works in terms of server is the sprint race happens and then an hour is moved on in the server time, which is where the main race happens, and it is indeed wet.
Yeah, another wet race. And
it's saying damp now. Now they've gone into grid. Now it's saying damp instead of wet. So I think it's on the edge.
And the rain's actually decreasing, I can see.
Yeah.
Instead of increasing this time. Oh, that will be a very interesting one. Do we go from damp to totally dry, which obviously means that we get quicker lap times along that race? It is for 45 minutes, so we have way more time to see our place with the tires and tire degradation. And obviously, we will also have a mandatory pit stop for every of our drivers out there, so they all have to come in one point of the race. Talking about the race, Chang is leading that one from pole position, with Lou in second after the top 8 obviously reversed, Morgan third, Rachmat fourth, then Jacomin O'Hara in the next row, and then Lucas Burs and Andika Ramalana. Here, though, I see Mulana being
yeah,
eighth.
It's not right, is it?
Yeah, it should have been Mulana 7th, Lucas Burs 8th. Quite sure if that is a mistake or just the overlay not showing us correctly.
No, they did mention that they were going to change it, but as you can see, Mulana's there. Burs is ahead of him on 7th place, but I don't think it matters in the grand scheme. Maybe that's why we're held. We are held at 45. We're not got to count that. So no. Okay, well, whatever.
But actually getting to drive. Not sure if they might want to swap right after, but make a lot of sense here. Let's see if we get another clean start into turn 1. We had 2 people spinning cars in the background, but for the top runners, it worked quite well going into turn 1 without any major issues. Kind of what I expect from this race as well. Let's hope for it, actually.
Yeah, we are going to set ourselves up, wait for the green flag as they go over the line, and away we go into the main race. 45 minutes of racing action here at the real race at the Nürburgring for the APAC region as they all file into turn 1. Will we see a clean first corner? No, we will not, because it looked like Garnham, I think it was, that just absolutely outbraked themselves, lost it on braking there, it looked like. Jeff Newton's also gone down 7 places, so I can see he's also lost a couple of positions as well, so I didn't see exactly what happened there, or maybe that's just my updating a little excitedly. But at the moment, Chang's held it pretty well. Looking towards, obviously O'Hara, Burst, and Ramamolana, they've all held stations, so everybody's sort of held on in those first few corners. The big movers and shakers is Heiser and Satum up behind them, moving up 3-4 places. So obviously making full use of poor old Vessen and Schultima, both losing some positions at start.
Yeah, still in more defensive mode than attacking mode is Giacomin here, having Andrew O'Hara and Lucas Burrs right behind. We see that O'Hara very, very close now, trying to use all the slipstream he can. Giacomin trying to cover up the inside. Who was that in the background? Was that Satum with the green Lamborghini coming in there hot into the Goodyear corner? I think there had been some contact as well. Oh, great entry there. Yeah, it wasn't Lucas Burrs, nor was it Indika Ramamolana. There was someone.
It was Satum. It was Burst passing Satum, yeah.
Ah, yeah, there we go. So he really dived deep there into Goodyear corner. Lucas Burrs trying to hold on to his 8th position right now. There's already everyone lined up. Wonder if he doesn't really have the pace here early on, because I was expecting him to be challenging Indika Ramamolana, but instead he has to defend.
I think we missed it. I think there was definitely an issue in there, because obviously he was ahead of Ramamolana, and suddenly Milana finds himself, nearly a second down the road from him, so 2 seconds in fact. So yeah, I think Luke Burst must have either locked up or been nudged, or something happened. Either way, it caused him a problem. Satum, though, is under pressure from Shaquille behind. Now, if you remember, at the start of the last sprint race, Shaquille was punted from around about 3rd or 4th down to the back of the field. So definitely a driver out of position. Looking like he's going to make the move here. See whether he can make it stick on the brakes, because he's going to run wide. Obviously, the undercut will come through from Satum, but he will have the inside line now as they go around the arena.
Yeah, that's the good thing about turn 1, if you really send it that deep, right? You're still on the inside for the next corner. And as long as the car was ahead a tiny bit, it works, but it does not work this time, as Satum actually goes around the inside again. Is there another crossover coming here? They're side by side once again, coming out of the Mercedes arena, but it's Shaquille staying in 10th.
Yeah, so he regained it. He regained
it. How did he do that now?
So he went wide. I mean, obviously he must have been hard on the accelerator, because you should have theoretically hold the inside line. If you've got the inside line, you should hold it all the way around the arena, and then you're just simply switching across and following the racing line. But yeah, for some reason he ran really wide in the arena, but managed to swing back in. And as you say, I think it was just a simple switch back on. I think Satum made the mistake as well, but Satum with the fastest lap, the opener. So obviously he got a clean, good start, but no one worked out well for him. My dogs are playing inside of me, sorry, it's distracting.
So definitely quite surprising how they came out of that corner, because I was pretty sure that Satum had this one in the back. But Shaquille really good on acceleration, and probably a small mistake there. While we see Luca Giacomin, that's the orange car in between all these purple and black Lamborghini Huracans. Seems like everyone loved the same livery there. So Lou in front and Morgan in front of Giacomin. Then we have Andrew O'Hara and Indika Ramamolana chasing down Giacomin here through the chicane, which is right now the Vidal chicane, if I'm not mistaken. Was the MGK chicane a few years back. Giacomin,
who's got the money these days? It's just where it goes. It's just
look how everyone really
chicane
has the same gap here. Besides Milano, who now pulled out to have a look up inside. Giacomin wanted to give it a go, but was blocked by Lou.
Oh, behind. What was that? That was O'Hara, wasn't it? He got sent off, yeah. O'Hara and Burst further behind, and actually had an issue there, and Andika Ramamolana as well, so they're all bunched back up. But yeah, that was, I think that was O'Hara that ran wide, or no, it must have been Ramamolana, because O'Hara's managed to get ahead of him.
Yeah, it was a bit weird there. I think they're bunched up at the apex of turn 1, kind of. And it seems like Giacomin and Lou have been quite slow. Everyone else had to tap the brakes once again, even though they were already in the acceleration phase. And that brought them all back together. And now Indika Ramamolana has Lucas Burrs right behind him. That's the lime and black Huracán EVO2. And then O'Hara right in front. Burrs once again trying to have a look up the inside. Just trying to get Milana a bit off rhythm here. Nothing happens there. I think there's way too much experience with Milana to just force an easy mistake like this.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. Joseph Morgan under pressure, though. That's Oscar Liu. Just trying to squeeze on through. Joseph Morgan, though, looks like he gets it done. So Oscar Liu loses a position there. Joseph Morgan moves up into third, and you can see he's also got Jacobin right up behind him. We never could decide his pronunciation last time, whether it was Giacomin, Giacomin, whether it was the Italian Giacomin. I mean, he's an Australian, so we don't know where the relevance is. But wow, okay, this is an early pit, especially considering Joseph just took that position. It surprises me that he's coming in already, and that, I think, is that O'Hara behind him? Yes, it is. Andrew O'Hara also going for the early pit stop here, just 7 minutes into the race.
Yeah, that is super early. We saw that last week with the EMEA drivers in the first race. We saw similar strategies, right? If it's so close and you kind of feel like you've been blocked and not really been able to run the pace that you're capable of, then it might be better to pull in early and then get new tires and get the pit stop behind you. Although weather isn't changing, so I think there's no risk of making the wrong call and then having the wrong tires on. It's still damp. It will remain damp for the next 30 minutes, which is fine. We've got 38 minutes left in the race. But yeah, that's a long time now where you're kind of out of contention and just driving on your own, trying to be as quick as possible to then, when everyone else pits, you're all of a sudden back in business.
Looks like he's losing ground here. That's Andika Ramamalana looking to try and squeeze up the inside. Won't be able to hold it here, whether he can switch back through. He's going to try and hold it round the curve and then up to the Schumacher S, but Oscar Liu looks like he's going to hold position. But definitely the pressure now from Ramamalana and Luke Burse up behind him. Lucas, call him Luke. I don't think he probably cares. But I've got to get his name right.
Yeah, Oscar Liu, this slightly bigger gap now to Jacobin. So not as close as they have been previously. Jacobin also not getting any closer to Rahman. Obviously there's a car in between missing. That is the pit stop from Morgan that we saw just a few moments ago. Oscar Liu now probably under pressure from Adika Ramalana. Wow.
This is where it surprised me, right? Obviously with O'Hara coming in, he's back behind Joseph Morgan. Yeah. So he's not getting those clear laps that I was expecting. Okay, yeah, he wants to come in and get the clear laps. He's come out directly behind Joseph Morgan, so he's gained nothing.
Yeah, it's not easy to see if that was really what Andrew O'Hara was aiming for, right? I would also expect that he wanted some clean laps and being able to really lay down those fast laps and get back onto everyone else when they pit, or if it was anything else that got him to even consider such an early pit stop with over half an hour still left in the main race. It takes 45 minutes, so I wonder. Maybe he can just follow Morgan now, but Morgan didn't seem quicker to me than Andrew O'Hara.
Andika Ramamalana's got it done. It looks like it may well be Lucas Burst behind as well. You can see he's signed side by side at the moment with Oscar Liu. So Malana up into fourth. Oscar Liu still not able to get past though. Oscar Liu holds on for now.
Yeah, doing a good job so far, keeping that position. But Lucas Burst is definitely locked onto Andika Ramamalana now, trying to find a way around. And we said here, it's like there are some straights where you get that slipstream, but everyone's on the same cars. The difference is not massive, even with the slipstream. We see that here down to Goodyear. It's just not long enough to really get beside, side by side with another car to launch, unless you can be on the brakes a lot later. Rain, by the way, increasing in 30 minutes by now. That's what you see top right of your screen. I wonder if that gets us to wet maybe at one point. That will obviously change a bit, because I'm not sure if drivers are actually on wet tyres. They're probably not.
Ooh, he lost the back end. That's going to give surely Lucas Burst a chance to get through, and he absolutely will. Manages to slide on through there, so Oscar Liu just losing that rear wheels a little bit. You can see the gap that already formed. It was already a second plus that Andika Ramamalana, well, second he got past Oscar Liu, he was away. Now look at the gap already for Lucas Burst as well. Now that he has got past, he has been released and he's able to chase back down on Andika, who is currently on the charge and actually looking to chase down Geikerman, who's just ahead of him. Has gained so much ground in just that one single lap. That once he got released from the rear end of Oscar Liu, he's away.
Yeah, but we see the difference now in having a clean lap and having a lap where you constantly have to follow someone else and you can't really go for your own braking points. You need to be aware of not towing the rear bumper of someone. Now Milan is in the same situation once again, just with Giacomin. But that will be for a podium spot, although everyone still has to pit. Wow, look at how close he gets at the exit of Mercedes Arena. Great run here by Andika Ramulan, and he obviously wants to get away from Luke Burrs. If he can have a very early maneuver in Giacomin, then Giacomin can maybe block Burrs for a while. So Andika Ramulana gets that free run up to Rahmat and Chang. Going around a slightly longer way now, trying to get more momentum onto the straight here. To then maybe catch up into Goodyear. Not going to happen, even though Giacomin is already covering up the inside, just showing his will to defend and to cover up, but not really needed in this one.
At the moment, Giacomin is doing a great job, but somebody else is doing a great job is Shang, for now. And for now, I say, because Rahmat is putting the pressure on the leader. Obviously started because he finished in 8th place in the sprint race, got that flip around and puts him on pole position. But now Rahmat, who finished in, I think it was 3rd or 4th, wasn't it, in the previous race, has managed to chase him down and is feeling the pressure here, Chang, but he's doing a great job at holding steady. And we'll see whether Rahmat wants to keep that pressure on still. Now only, what, 12 minutes into this race, so still plenty of time, plenty of action. Vessel's taken a pit stop as well, by the way, so there's another pit stop come through there. O'Hara also, as you can see in terms of standings, has finally got past Morgan, so that's going to release O'Hara. I do feel still, though, that he got held up too long there. Although that said, Joseph Morgan was running in 4th, so it's hardly like he's got held up. Joseph Morgan, though, now that he's got past him, O'Hara's got to put some fast laps in.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure about that, and he needs to catch up a bit because, like I said, he didn't have the clean laps from the get-go, so he might even lost some time with that early pit stop. I guess in around 5 minutes we should see more drivers pitting. But Chang still leading with, but it's not much, it's even below it. Half a second for Rahmat, so I'm just surprised by how close they are in the top 2 still. And then there's this big gap to Giacomin, who's now fighting with Andika Ramulana, but we see it. Mulana wasn't able to pass Giacomin early enough, and now all of a sudden Lucas Beers is back in this fight.
Yep, he's caught right back up on them, hasn't he? Just because they are all battling for position. Great shot there. Carnes goes around the curve up to the Schumacher S. Lucas Beers right on the backside of them. You can see the battle that was happening as well. First and second just ahead of them. Very much fighting for position once again. You can see whether Rahmat's going to maybe try and have a little look. They're all coming around and they're all actually gaining because Shang is now effectively defending against Rahmat. They are all starting to catch up, and I think it's only a couple of laps now we're going to see the front 5 all together.
Yeah, they might bring them all together. It would be a very good look for us at least. So, never mistaken for some more fights. Fights are always good. We want to see more action on the track, and we see it certainly here between Chang and Rahmat now, who is closing the gap and looks very aggressive right now. Black and red Lamborghini Super Trofeo might have a shot into turn 1 now. Got all the slipstream, get that ideal way down to turn 1. The gap is still a bit too big. Seems like Chang had an awesome last corner.
I think the problem is Rahmat, if you notice, he took it really tight on that last corner, which just doesn't give you the run, right? The idea is you want to swing it out wide, you put the power on and swing it out wide, and you're going to be further on the power as soon as you get into that main straight. For Rahmat, yeah, I think I couldn't tell whether he actually hit the inside barrier. He was very tight. He definitely went up on the curb on that inside barrier, so it was very tight for him. So obviously put him out a little bit there. Lucas Burst, though, look at that fastest lap coming through, almost matching the time, and I'm talking 5,000ths of a second off the time he had in the 15-minute sprint race. So forget the fuel now, they are onto the pace.
Let's see if that will be enough, and I wonder now if that is the window we get for the pit stops now, that we're below half an hour time left. Lucas Burr still trying to hold on to Ndika Ramamulana, who, yeah, will be unhappy that he didn't manage to get around Giacomin early enough to finally break loose from Lucas Burr's. He's now once again in a position where he could attack as soon as Mulana does a mistake here with Giacomin. And you see how close Mulana is right now. There's nothing in between those cars, third and fourth. Might be actually an option now for Mulana to pull into the pits, to be honest. Because Lucas Burrs, as long as Giacomin stays out, Lucas Burrs can't be that much quicker either.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you're right. And that's exactly what they both thought, but unfortunately they're both doing the same thing, which I don't think is ideal, but they are both quick drivers, so I don't think it's going to help hold either one up. Obviously, the first and second place from the sprint race, so both choosing to come in. Now, obviously, what we also want to look at is where Andrew O'Hara falls out in this. Was he held up too long? Because obviously he was battling with these two as he went in the pits very early on, just 7 minutes into the race.
Yeah, so we will have to wait a while to now find out whose strategy was the better call, I would say. But we will know eventually. So we hear from Race Control that they would expect O'Hara to be around P4 after
exactly where
all
Milana
the pit
was.
stops, which is where he was. So wouldn't have won a lot so far.
So coming up around the pits now. So where do they currently sit? O'Hara coming out. They're going to be sitting in good position. And there they are in the pits. Is it there? Just coming out. There we go. And actually, it looks like Lucas Bursis took him in the pits. So Lucas Bursis is going to stay just ahead. He's actually got past Andika Ramamulana in the pits. So definitely took a different pit strategy in there. We'll see towards the end whether they cast him on. No! It's a 30-second speeding fine for Andika Ramamulana.
Yeah, I was about to say that. You were going on about how they were quicker, and I wondered if that might have been down to not swapping out the tires or something. But then also seeing that Ndika Ramamulana immediately got that stop and go 30 second. That's it. It's like he's not coming back from that one.
No, that's it. That's him done. Which in terms of points, it doesn't really matter for him. He's still going to qualify through. And obviously we're moving on to Zolder after this. So, but for the main race, that definitely takes him out of contention. The big part is the fact that Lucas Burrs did manage to stay ahead of Andrew O'Hara, which was obviously the big battle. And you got to look back towards obviously O'Hara when he came in. He did get hauled up for those couple of laps behind Joseph Morgan, who you can see just going around the curve behind there. That was just enough to slow him down. And we did question it at the time. I mean, obviously he knew he was coming in, and yeah, he was behind that car. Whether it would have worked out if it stayed out just a lap more, it's always hard to tell, because obviously in your own mind you've decided, I am stopping this lap.
It's incredible how many different ways of looking at the situation we had now, and seeing which call the drivers are doing. Bit unfortunate, definitely, that we see Ndika Ramamulana with a stop and go. I was hoping to have him fighting with Lucas Burrs a bit more. Well, Rahmat now came in, which means Giacomin, who also stayed out with Chang, up to second. Newton and Chong also in. We should have half the field after 25 minutes. And then I expect the other ones within 2 to 3 laps.
Well, Rahmat's coming out, but I think Burrs is going to pass him. Yes, he does. O'Hara, yeah, he's passed him as well. So obviously Rahmat was running in second place, and he's picked up a drive-through penalty as well. Don't exactly know what or where he's done that, but that's the end of it. Where or why he caused it. Let's have a look at Andika Ramamulana, who, well, obviously was speeding coming into the pits.
Yeah, so that was just a bit too quick. And we saw that on different tracks. Like, he tries to brake now, but wasn't ready for that line.
Yeah.
I mean, happens at Nurburgring. I got caught in a 6-hour race 2 years ago with the 73 kph instead of 60, inner code 60. So I know how easy that can happen, even if you clearly see the line. So yeah, very unfortunate. von Dika Ramalana. And Rahmat also got a drive-through. All right.
Yeah.
Rahmat was second.
Yeah, that's what I say. He was second. He came out behind O'Hara and Lucas Burstow when they came to the pits. So the next one is Jacquemin. I expect him to probably come out behind these as well. It's all a case of whether Chang can get the pace going. Like he's, is that Ramamalana ahead of him? I think it might be, you know. He's obviously, because Ramamalana's got that stop-go that he's just taken. Yes, it is. It's Dika Ramamalana ahead of him. So actually, I'd be surprised if he can overtake here. Obviously, blue flags are going to be waving, but for Ramamalana, he's just probably got a quicker pace.
Yes, it's like with everyone out there now, it's like, I think if Jacquemin just tries to ensure that he has a safe entry now into the pits, same for Chang, then all of a sudden, they still look great for getting a win here.
Yeah, they do. They do. It's looking like Lucas Burst may well have this one. We'll see. Oh no. So we've just been told Rahmat deactivated. So that's just simply a misclick. A misclick is what's cost him. Just hitting that speed limiter button at the wrong time. I think everyone's done it themselves. It's just like you're going through a million things in your pit stop, and then you just sort of accidentally just either moving your hand, flexing your hand, and you just click a button. You're just like, no! Because that's the one time you can slightly relax your hand, right, when you go into the pits.
Yeah, or sometimes it's about you trying to change some options in the pit
biases,
menu. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, you realize that was the one for the pit limiter. And then all of a sudden, it's not that great anymore.
Here we go, Chang coming in the pits. So we'll see how this shakes out. Obviously, the main protagonists will be Lucas Burst and Andrew O'Hara, when they've actually done enough to get the undercut here. On to Chang. Chang was obviously battling earlier on with Rahmat. I assume it would do. Let's have a look at where Lucas Burst is right now. That's his rear wing. It's not ideal. Let's have a look at him coming round now. So he's already sweeping on through. Going to be coming around the pit corner in just a second. So up to the chicane. So he's actually a little bit away. We'll see. Who's out in front of him? It's Heiser, right? Heiser, I think, just ahead of him.
Yeah, should be. The slightly orange-green.
Absolutely is holding him up.
Just a tiny bit though. Look at that speed difference in the chicane there. Oh, that was massive.
Yeah, I think obviously Heiser was already going into the pit, so he maybe already got it announced. But let's have a look. You can see he's still in the pits there. And that's an easy pass, way past him. I think O'Hara should have him as well. In the bag, that's not O'Hara that I was looking for. It switched as it went past O'Hara. O'Hara definitely goes through. I think Jacquemin might well have him as well, actually, as he's going through with Joseph Morgan. And let's not forget about Joseph Morgan, by the way, who was running pretty well. And that's a great little move onto Jacquemin. And now, can he hold it? He should get just ahead, and he does. Cuts ahead. A great overtake from Joseph Morgan there, Jacquemin.
Yeah, I think there was a little tap, though, from Jacquemin. At that moment, both drivers survived it. That's the important bit. But the fight is still going on, with Jacquemin now having Morgan right behind as well.
No, that's Oscar Lou.
Oh, that's Lou. Yeah, Lou has the same color.
Lou goes through, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what, Ren?
I lost both.
You know what? There's a little app. Use it for ACCTV.
Really?
Load it.
Tell me. I actually got that.
Have you? Yeah. Don't look it in game, please.
It's confusing. I will keep looking until our friends at Kunosuma Matsuni realize that they have to have a higher update frequency.
It really does. It really, really does. It's catching many a man out. But let's talk about the main news. The main fact is that now Lucas Burst, after all his trial and errors, is once again in the lead. And obviously, with the ruling on the previous race, in the sprint race, that means he will actually be a back-to-back winner here. Obviously, we've still got 20 minutes to go, so anything can happen. But chances are he could be a back-to-back winner here. He's got a 5-second gap over Andrew O'Hara. That surprises me.
Yeah, it's quite big, and I was expecting Andrew O'Hara to be a bit quicker than that. But it seems like it's not really getting into the rhythm here, I would say.
What has happened there? Did Joseph Morgan just make a howling error? Oscar Lou has just passed him quite far. Now, he was already quite far back, so Joseph Morgan must have made it must have had either an off-track or just locked up somewhere. But either way, Oscar Liu has passed Joseph Morgan, and he's back up into 6th place. That will, of course, end up being 4th place. Potential challenge now. He's got to Chang down the road, see whether he can get on the podium.
It would be good, obviously, for Chang to get a podium here. I think he deserved that for the first half of the race. And now in 5th, obviously, behind O'Hara. It's not easy because O'Hara is not someone that you just easily overtake and just overlook in terms of your push for the podium. But we know that Saitam and Gardner still have to come in. And if Chang can just keep on to that and then ensuring that Liu is not passing him, just like they did previously with Jack Min, then it's everything to play for him.
This is the overtake. Let's have a look at Morgan ahead. So, oh yeah, he's locked up. He's locked up there. Went wide. Yep. And that just opened the door for Oscar Liu to just go through.
Well, that was a crazy one though.
Yeah, I mean, he turned back in and buffeted him. What was that? Was that Varsteiner? I think it was.
Yeah, it was. It was the right-hander before coming down to Hatzmachbogen.
Yeah.
So that was quite close, I would say. Closer than expected. He thought he will open the door a bit more to get a better run from the outside, which might have saved him. Who knows? But yeah, both drivers survived from the inside, which is good to see, as we don't want to see anyone really spun out here while the rain increased over time. It's still damp, though. It should be fine, but as you can see, locking up the tires is still a big threat.
Davish Singh was regaining ground, but I see a 15-second penalty has just come through for car 17. That was for contact resulting with a spin on car number 13. So Schottenhut. So while Davish Singh was regaining ground, he's got a penalty for that, unfortunately. Now P7, as we say that, under attack. That is Joseph Morgan once again. He got it past, and that is Davish Singh up behind him. I say fight for. Looks like he's already got it done here. He's going to be on the outside coming into turn 1 though, but it looks like the flat-out race is paying off for him. Let's have a quick look from the heli as we go into that turn 1. So it's just going to get it done. I think Singh should have this one easily. He's going to be on the inside. Yeah, nice overtake. So Joseph Morgan seems to be a little shaken right now. Oh, it's a nudge in the arena, but I think he's going to allow Singh to hold it.
Yeah, it's like that nudge obviously was nice. Quite hard to get all the power down of your Huracán Super Trofeo if your rear has already been nearly spun around. But all good for Singh, and Morgan has to drop another one. We're just waiting for Saitam now to come in. Carter also without a pit stop yet, but Carter is not really anything deciding something among the top 5, but Saitam is. And I really want to see if Chang can hold on to a podium.
Yeah, one thing I would say, or at least I don't think, I can't imagine we have to worry about is any driver cuts or anything like that on the Nürburgring. There's not really any way you're going to pick up the penalties. It's a pretty fluid track in itself. That is Saitam now coming into the pits. So, as you say, the man needs to stop. Where's Saitam going to fall out here? I think he's going to be probably, I was going to say, probably down around 10th, 9th, 10th. So, a long way down, because you can see that Burst is already going through the chicane. So, into the final corner. He's a long way ahead of not only Andrew O'Hara now. That gap's 7.5 seconds, so he's gained 2.5 seconds, and I think O'Hara's just managing the gap there, not too worried about going for the win. But for Lucas Burst, what a great race it's been for him. Back-to-back wins with 15 minutes to go here on this one. From the sprint race, which he was given the win, as it was a judge that he got forced off track in that final chicane by Andika Ramamalana. Back-to-back winning here. And that's points that he needed. You know, obviously, yes, it's the top 15 drivers going through, and yes, that's relatively easier, I would say, in the APAC region, because there is only 18 running today. Obviously, we had various cars running last week as well, but for Lucas Burst, obviously, it's a massive confidence boost to have him back up there, the Australian, who has always been overshadowed by Andrew O'Hara in this series. So to get himself up there with a back-to-back win is massive.
Yeah, and he also played it smart, and we can see that with a 7.5 second gap now over Andrew O'Hara, right? Lucas Burst had to fight here and there. He was part of the action that we had on screen, while Andrew O'Hara kind of pulled out of it with an early stop, trying to undercut everyone else. While Lucas really, he worked hard for this, and seeing that playing out that well with such a big gap that he can manage for the last 40 minutes, like, kudos to him. That was really good work.
So Rahmat past Jeff Newton as he moves himself back up into 9th. Now remember, Rahmat had that drive-through penalty, accidentally removing the limiter, which is what's cost him the places. He was running in 2nd up until that pit stop, so unfortunate for him. Shaquille also going through, and Jacquemin there. So Shaquille making his way back up the field. Let's talk about Shaquille, because obviously, as we mentioned at the start of the race, and well, he was one of the people that were running very well, had qualified high on this track and got punted very early on the first corner of that sprint race. That sent him tumbling down in terms of position placements, because obviously you go outside the top 8, you're pretty done. So he's been fighting his way back from what was effectively an incident that happened almost an hour ago now, and he's got himself up into 7th. The question is, in this next 13 minutes, can he chase down Joseph Morgan? Well, it's a 3.6 second gap. It's totally doable.
It is, but we also see how hard it is to overtake. We saw how long Andika Ramolana took with Jacquemin, for example. So it's not super quick to really go through that grid.
Absolutely. We've got a quick replay. This is the overtake he just did a moment ago. It's into turn 1, then into the arena. He's just going to get the inside line, is he perhaps? Newton's going to be first. He's trying to go for the angle. Okay, well, this continues around the arena. It's going to be a straight switch, is it, to the turn? Yeah, okay, look at that, nice. Just ran the power a little more, realising that it's obviously going to have the apex, and Jeff Newton, there's nothing he could do about it once he lost position like that.
He played well with the momentum of the car, like when coming out
Yep.
of the double left. As he said, he just straightened the steering wheel, which enabled him to have a bit more power going forward, while Newton tried to get back on the ideal line and run it from the outside in, and then couldn't go in because obviously there was a car already in its way. So very well played here.
So Joseph Morgan, you know, when we showed that overtake, the gap was already slimmed by a second. Already gone down by a second. So Shaquille is definitely going to be chasing him down here. We'll see whether he can catch and pass him. Just under 12 minutes to do that. Davlish Singh, don't forget, has that 15-second penalty ahead of him. So obviously all these guys are going to be gaining a place because they're well within that 15-second barrier. So that would put them up once more. Chang, only 2 seconds behind O'Hara now, so still keeping him in place. Davlish Singh, though, he is on the back at the moment of Oscar Liu, so he's managed to catch up on Oscar Liu. So we'll see whether Davlish Singh, obviously with that penalty, he is simply racing for his life here. Did very well last time out, currently sitting 5th in the standings with 39 points, just behind Lucas Burst. Well, that's obviously going to change now because Lucas Burst is going to win back-to-back. But Davlish Singh putting in some work and absolutely launching it down on the brakes and just completely doing him.
That was really surprising, but I like the confidence, and he decided for that move, just went through with it, paid off.
Yeah, that was quick. That 15-second penalty, it's down to Jacquemin, I would say, maybe. Barring, obviously, in the next 10 minutes how much Davlish Singh can put in here, because he is showing some pace right now. Or certainly confidence, I would say, in the track.
Yeah, overcoming those 15 seconds, obviously not that easy, and you might be right, it should be around Jacquemin. No, it's actually worse than that. It will be behind Rahmat, between Rahmat and Newton. So, if he can make up some time now, especially that he has a bit of a free run, look at that. There's, after taking down Liu, up to Chang, there's a lot of place now for him. 7 seconds to that he could make up in the last 10 minutes. While Jacquemin once again has to fight off Rahmat here.
Gets it done. No, Rahman just took him. He got it done there. Yeah, got it done in an interesting position actually. So he just took him at what was that? That
was entry to
the
Goodyear.
curve. So it's like the entry into turn 7, the big curve. So sort of coming out of 6 must have had a good run down there and just didn't get all the brakes again. And I think people are feeling a little bit more confident in the rain maybe now. Rahman obviously had that drive-through penalty, but to regain back up to 8th, that's a great work from him at the moment. I don't think he's going to get any higher. I think that's maybe the maximum he will get. Just ahead of him is Shaquille, who was chasing down. There's also a fight for P6 as well, which is, I guess, Oscar Lou, right, is further up there with Joseph Morgan. There's Shaquille as well, is currently P7. Should be able to get Morgan.
Yeah, down in turn 1, the classic, obviously. It's a long straight. You can use that slipstream. Let's see. He has to decide left or right, outside or inside. But is Morgan covering up the inside? Very late on the brakes for Shaquille. I think that's too much of a run to the outside.
Yeah, and you could see the indecision, right? He was left, right, left, right, left, right. Where am I going onto the corner? And I think he'd already missed his braking point by that point. So he's just went a little too hot on the brakes. Sort of in there. So Morgan, we'll see whether he can hold on. 8 minutes. I think Shaquille might get him. I think he's got a point to prove here. He's been on a bit of a mission since he got punted off in the sprint.
Yeah, and as you said, this indecision and not being able to go for one direction immediately, that cost him time. And next time around, he just has to go for one road, stick with it, and then hoping that the car can pull through. But this left-right wiggle just cost a bit of momentum coming into the turn, and then also got him to slightly misjudge the braking point. It's split-second decisions in racing. Like you can't hang in there and just want to be like, oh, left, right, left, well, maybe I do this, maybe I do that. Have a game plan. Try to see that in front of your eyes when approaching the corner, and then just go with it.
At the moment, Shaquille, you can see in car doing a great job at keeping track, but he's in a position to maybe make a move here. Is he going to maybe have a little send into the chicane? He's having to certainly think about it, see whether he can get his position. He's already got his nose cone in there. A little later on the brakes, perhaps, but no, he allows Morgan. Maybe he didn't have confidence that Morgan wouldn't shut the door on his nose there. Actually, had to look like. Now he's going to try and go for the wider approach, so he should be faster on the power here, and he absolutely is, and that's going to put him in a great position. So he's going to be right up the back end of Joseph Morgan here into turn 1. Now, decide where you're going. That's what he's going to do. He's going to force him wide. Morgan's going to try and do the same. So Morgan will be braking earlier on. He's going to be looking to turn in. And the switchback should pay off this time, but he gained. I don't think he quite got the power down, and that's nice work from Morgan to position his car just to block him off. He should hold the inside line here. And we'll see. This is where we saw Davide Singh getting it done. He just ran the power out better there. Not happening. Look at Morgan. Really good defensive driving from Joseph Morgan here.
Yes, I was wondering, once again, it was Shaquille mid-corner, turn 1, deciding to let the car run a bit straight, then turn in again. It's not just straightforward enough. That's the thing. He's constantly adjusting mid-corner when it comes to his strategy, and that just cost him too much of the push of the car. Momentum is lost, and then he can't really find a way around Morgan, who's also very good, as you said already, in positioning the car in a way that Shaquille can't find an easy way around.
Oh, absolutely. That's Chang, Chang. What I was about to say is Chang is gaining on O'Hara. That's Andrew O'Hara directly in front of him. What I actually wanted to show you was Shaquille's end car. So, but yeah, Chang up to 0.6 now. So that gap has gone down from, 2 seconds, 2.5 I think it was. So he's gained, and I think that maybe just O'Hara just in coasting mode, mind you, more than anything else. We'll see. I'm sure he's got it in him to push it a little bit if he needs to. Did have a slow lap though. 2:02.1 his fastest lap at the moment, compared to Lucas Burst's fastest lap, which is a full second faster, which is pretty incredible actually. So Lucas Burst really enjoying this one. Shaquille though, on the back end of Joseph Morgan once again. Okay, so this is what we were talking about. So he gets himself in a good position here, and he's going to be able to just get on the power early, and his time is going to be right up behind Morgan. He'll have the slipstream going in. So let's go into heli view and see exactly what run he's going for. Will he take the indecision? This time he's a lot further back, I would say. I don't think he's in a position to try and make it. He wants the switchback, which is why he keeps positioning out here. Tries to go for the switchback, and again you can see he hesitated. He backed off the power because he thought he was going to catch Morgan in the back there. I think if it had actually stayed on it, he'd have been clean, but I think he's been very cautious about not wiping Morgan out. But look what's come behind him. Rahman is there now. So while they've been battling, while he's been hesitating, Rahman has got past Jeff Newton and he's piled up behind him. Now with 4 minutes to go, Rahman's seeing this is thinking, I can get myself back into what effectively will be 5th position if they can keep within time check of Davlish Singh, which is actually pretty close because Morgan's slowing them back down here a bit.
By the way, Davlish Singh also worked hard on his lap times. If you see that now, there's a 4.5 second gap to Cheng, which means plus 15 seconds now. Only puts him back to 7th.
No, but no, because Morgan's 12. Morgan's 12 on Oscar.
Oh, true, yeah.
Because he's been defending so hard, he's actually backed them up. This has actually worked out great for Davlish Singh because he's only going to lose 1 place right now.
Yeah, it's impressive. Like, he had a good run because there was an open road for him. He could really launch that car. And these three now, with Joseph Morgan keeping on blocking Shaquille, and which brings Rahman back into this. Once again on the outside, it's not really working. There's nowhere you can go, but it seems like Morgan lost control on the inside there over the curb. That was a bit too slippery, and all of a sudden, he's under pressure, not just by Shaquille, but also by Rahman. Shaquille already through, and Rahman wants to follow right after because he can see that he's so much quicker.
Yeah, Morgan just looked like he was losing his rear end there. Now remember, Morgan went in, was it 5-6 minutes into the race? The same as Andrew O'Hara. And I'm thinking the same thing. Has his tyres gone? Like, look at Chang. Chang is on the back of O'Hara. O'Hara's lap times are not good right now. Morgan's lap times have been struggling. I'm pretty sure Rahman's going to get it done here. We've got 2 minutes to go. You can already see the gap that Shaquille is sort of getting away from him. It looks like Morgan's really fighting those tyres right now. And this time, he finds himself under pressure from the inside. An attack from Rahman. Shaquille has been pushing him outside all the time, so he's not used to that attack. And Rahman gets it done. So nice work. The problem is, 2 minutes, is it going to be enough to close the gap? I don't think so. I think Shaquille's going to find himself in 6th place. That's all he's going to get.
Yeah, but
will Rahman catch him?
I just love how Rahman proved what we talked about previously, right? That turn 1 is a corner that you can overshoot on the inside as an attacker, kinda, because you will be in a great position for the left-hander coming after. So, as you said, while Shaquille always tried the other way around, Rahman just went straight for that, went to the inside, try to force Morgan to do switcheroo, kinda, and that didn't work out. And he's through. How many attacks did we see from Shaquille previously? That was like 6 in a row, and Rahman only needed 1.
Yeah, he got it done really quick. I mean, whether Morgan was maybe flustered already from losing that position, probably a little angry with himself, but either way, I'm interested to see whether Chang is maybe going to try and send it and see if he can increase his position here on O'Hara, who really has been struggling, it seems, on the tyres, or whether he's just taking it easy, I don't know. As we mentioned, these tyres will be, probably close to 40 minutes old. I would say certainly about 35 plus, as opposed to Chang, who was one of the last to stop actually for us, so much fresher rubber. Whether that's going to be a big case in a 45-minute race, well, generally I would say not, but it seems that O'Hara definitely is a little on the struggle bus at the moment, and Chang is all over him.
Yeah, it's like Chang is definitely in a good position. There's not much time left, as we can see, 37 seconds on the clock, but one good attack might be enough.
May well be Chang, though. We're on the last lap, and I think if he's got to make the move, it's going to be probably into the chicane. I think that's where he's going to maybe be thinking about this. But that's about all, because Lucas Burse is well up the road, and at the moment he's looking in a fantastic position. Back-to-back victories at the Nurburgring. He is going to be delighted with that. That's going to secure his points, solidify his position in the top 15, and really put him in a contesting position for number 1 spot going into the finals, which is what he wants to do. Obviously, we do have Zolder to follow this, so plenty more could happen. But for Lucas Burrs, it has been a magnificent first opening hour for him here. And the sprint race victory was given to him there as it was a judge that Andika Ramabalana forced him off the track in this very chicane here as he came up on the outside line. And then, of course, we also had the victory here, which has been hard fought. There's no doubt about it. He's had to work for it. But it will be Lucas Burrs taking back-to-back wins here. An absolute magnificent performance, whichever way you look at it here at the Nurburgring. Brilliant performance. It will be O'Hara that looks like he's going to be taking second. Chang did not go for the challenge through the chicane, so O'Hara will hang on. It does look like he's really under pressure though, and Chang's done a magnificent job of coming back into it because he's gained that gap down. It was 5+ seconds at one point, but he's managed to really reel it in to roll it up the podium. Davlish Singh, is it enough? Look at that. Shaquille has really gained some ground towards the end there, but I don't think it's enough. I think he's going to hold on to 5th place. Oscar Liu will go over. He's going to get promoted into 4th position. Shaquille still under pressure from Rahmat towards the end here, but he will get himself that 6th and 7th position for Rahmat. So great comeback for Rahmat, by the way. He had that drive-through penalty, don't forget. And Jeff Newton getting himself into the top 8. He's going to be delighted with that. He gets past Joseph Morgan as well. So Morgan losing yet another place and falls down to 9th. Guy coming in the end. What happened to him? He was running so well early on, but down into 10th position for him, unfortunately. And Andika Ramamalana, who was in the top 3, obviously picked up that stop-go 30. That ruined his race. He goes down to 11th.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Andika Ramamalana, but I have to give it to Davlish Singh here. I mean, he was down 5 seconds previously, like 2 laps ago, I think, to Chang. And in the end, it was 2.1 seconds. I mean, he definitely found some power later on in the car compared to Jacobin. As I said, like, as soon as the fighting around him started, it seems like he kind of lost out on his drive, on his rhythm, and his laps became slower. And at the end of the race, it was just not enough anymore to really be among the top 8.
Well, Chung takes over Satum on the line there. On the line. 0.043 on the line. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Yes, a great finish, even though if it's further down the line, but we appreciate every single driver coming in here. They all fight hard to make it into the qualifier stage. As I said, there's previous qualifiers before we even go into qualifier stage, right? And then there's still the last chance qualifiers. So even, like, all the experience they pick up now, all the racecraft they pick up now, they can use on the last chance qualifier to maybe still make it into the grand finalists. Only the top 15 of every region, they will go through, and one of them will be Lucas Burrs. I'm absolutely sure about that. It's only Zolder now that keeps him away from that, and this will need to go horribly wrong, and everyone else will need to score massive points all of a sudden for Lucas Burrs to drop out, and that can't happen. But it will be an interesting race, because I wonder if we'll see the same drivers. Like, Lucas Burrs seemed to work very well with the long and fast flowing corners of the Nürburgring GP, and Zolder will be way more about heartbreaks and about very tight chicanes where you kind of need to set up the car once, then just jump over the curb and pray that the exit is still correct. A bit like, Rally jumps into a corner and them just being sideways over the jump and praying that they'll land correctly. It's similar in Zolder, and I'm really looking forward to see that action.
Yeah, Zolder's about being a smooth driver, I would say. It's a tight, twisty. You've got to get the momentum. It's almost like a Suzuki, I think of the S's in the Suzuki. That's kind of like the flow of the whole of Zolder, isn't it? It's like you really don't have many long sections. Even the main straight, I would say, you still have that little kink before it, the chicane before it. And then you go straight into a corner after. It's like it's not a very long straight at all. Very, very tough to overtake. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be a tricky track. We're going to be looking at forced errors, if anything, or unforced errors. I'd like to say, not forced. Don't want to ram people off the track. We've had enough of those penalties already. But yeah, what a great start though. Back-to-back wins for Lucas Burrs. Yeah,
Lucas Burrs will be super happy, and he well deserved the win, especially in the main race. Feature race, like I said, that is down to Marshall. I didn't see the replay, so don't want to judge on that one. But at least in the main race, that was 100% deserved for Lucas Burrs, because he had the right tactic. He showed some overtaking as well, so he was in those fights, didn't try to kind of dodge it like Andrew O'Hara did early on in the race, which then didn't pay off. I think the other driver that really showed pace was Davlish Singh. Another driver that catch up to Andrew O'Hara and get involved there. I think he deserves the points that he got here. And probably his pace was enough even for a top 3 finish.
Yeah, and obviously he took a penalty in the first sprint race, which is what put him so far back. Again, just as similar to where's the names escaped me? Similar to Shaquille, who obviously got sent off into the Nether Realm on the first corner of the sprint race. So obviously 2 drivers that had to fight their way back. And yeah, as you say, David Singh, we've seen him multiple times, right? He's always shown his pace. I think he was like 5th in the points at the start of the day. So I expect to see him there in the final. 2
races are done and dusted halfway through of our APAC region Lamborghini The Real Race event this Sunday. We will obviously have to add all these points and give you guys a new overview of the standings before heading into the Zolder race. We will do all of that right after the break. Lamborghini The Real Race is back with me and me, Renee, bringing you the second race of today. Not the second race, actually, because we had a feature in sprint race previously. But now we're actually heading to our second track, which is in Belgium. Lee, we're actually visiting Zolder, not Spa.
Yes, Zolder, not Spa. A much tighter track, certainly than Spa. Obviously, Spa's a huge track, eventually, in terms of elevations and everything else to span. We've been to Spa, we've been there, done that, and I'm pretty sure we're probably going there again in the final or something like that. But I'm almost certain I saw it as the final track. That's not secret news, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's there. It tells you. Zolder is a way tighter track. Now, anybody that's played Assetto Corsa has probably, and I do say because I'm sure there's a certain percentage that don't look at the campaign type thing that's in there. It's a short one, and yes, you start at Monza, but the main race you have is at Zolder. So obviously everybody have learned this track at one point or another, and realized just how tight, how twisty, how, I would say, fluid is probably the best way I can think of this track. And there's also this tight chicanes in there, so you got to be hot on your brakes. If it's going to be wet again, I hope it's not, then it's going to make it even more trickier. But yeah, overtaking is going to be at a premium.
Big challenge for Grit in the upcoming race, but we should also kind of close off the Nürburgring phase that we just had, and that means we're looking at the standings, which is only from the previous sprint and main race. So Nürburgring, basically, our winner there is Lucas Burrs, 41 points out of 2 races. It's a very significant amount that he got there. Incredible drive. Both wins, so sprint and main race. Andrew O'Hara in second with 28, and there's a big gap to Hongming Chang with 19, Oscar Liu, and then Andika Ramamulana in 5th. Mulana probably still happy about that one after he got the stop-and-go 30-second penalty in the main race at Nürburgring. So he will hope to be able to get way more points in Zolder up next. And obviously we'll also bring you the standings for that one as well. But yes, it is Lucas Burrs coming off 2 wins at Nürburgring. Huge confidence boost. Big question is, could he do the same in Zolder?
I think so. I think he could. I mean, in terms of overall points, I'm sure he's climbing that table as well. You saw how much he picked up there. That's going to be a big old lead on everybody else. So that's going to stack in nicely. And you can see it actually puts him now at the top of the table ahead of Andrew O'Hara by just 2 points. Great work from him. Obviously, in terms of points, it doesn't mean anything when you get to the final, but it's certainly nice. It takes the pressure off. They have no pressure now going into Zolder. Certainly Burrs, O'Hara, Milana. I would even say Geikerman and probably Davish Singh to an extent, because top 15 will go through. But yeah, it's great to see them up there.
Yeah, it will be quite interesting who comes out on top at the end. It could be Burrs.
It's a mental edge, right? It's a mental battle.
Yes, O'Hara still has chances. Mulana has chances. Even with his main race at the Nürburgring, there's still everything to go for him in terms of a group win here in the APAC region. So I would still think that they want to win. They're all race drivers, right? They want to win a race and they want to be on top of the standings, especially in such a big event like the Lamborghini The Real Race. And it'll be very interesting who gets the upper hand here at Zolder. And I just wonder if due to the different rhythm, we might see a driver that we didn't have on our notes just yet coming into the top 5, maybe going for a win. Like I said, Chang was very impressive at the Nürburgring main race as well, especially how he chased down Andrew O'Hara at the last minutes of the race. I wonder if he has any more aces up his sleeve here for the Zolder race.
Yeah, I'm just watching them warming up right now, and it's such a tight, twisty track. It's going to be very interesting to see how they take it. I'm really struggling to see the overtake points other than basically diving into a chicane. That's the only thing I can think of. Because other than that, obviously, a lot of it's tight, twisty circuits after that. And maybe, I would say, the first 4 corners, the complex of corners, effectively, as you move up into, I think the chicane is actually turn 5, it's classed as, isn't it? But yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, we will obviously learn more about the track a bit later on. But first, we will have a look at what you guys out there think about, which track is the best, what's the coolest to have a race on, because we had a little social media vote for that. And surprisingly,
Okay.
look at that. That is 80% of votes for the Nürburgring. I mean, I appreciate that with living here. I absolutely appreciate that. Although I prefer Nordschleife over Nürburgring GP. But although for sprint racing with a ton of fights, Nürburgring GP is cooler because you can go be more side by side than on Nordschleife.
It surprises me that A, it's not Spa, and B, that Silverstone is above Spa. That does surprise me. Maybe that goes down to the amount of UK votes.
I mean, it surprised me that Silverstone made it at all because that's one of the most boring tracks.
You hate it, don't you? I know you hate it. Absolutely. What does surprise me is Laguna Seca's fourth. I would see that for me is not. I like the track, but I would put certainly Mount Panorama, Suzuka, Sandvort up there. That very much surprises me. I would definitely have.
I would take Brands Hatch
even up there. Yeah.
I would take Brands Hatch and replace that for Silverstone.
Kyalami as well. I would have that much higher myself.
Zolder I like, but I get that due to the missing overtaking opportunities, it might not be super cool. But I really enjoyed all my races I had there. Not a big fan of Mount Panorama.
No, really, I love that track. I love it.
It's just the way down the hill.
Yeah, the twisty snake.
Feels so off for me. So
it's
not one of my favorites.
It's also it's like stop start, right? You go into the break down to second, then you accelerate back through there, and then you break down again, and then you're away down the straight. And if you get it wrong, you can get it wrong. You can get it really wrong in there.
That's true. That's true. But we're not going to Mount Panorama, but first, instead, we go into Zolder. So let's have a look at the upcoming track. Belgium, a bit shorter than the Nürburgring GP with only 4 kilometers. Yeah, and also 6 turns less.
I mean, what is it? Like the Spa is normally like 2:30 or something like that, I think, with GT3s, somewhere around that time. So yeah, 1:14, so half the track effectively, half the distance. It's definitely a lot shorter. It's pretty much flat as well. There's no elevations like you get at Spa, so it's all pretty much on the level. It is what it is. It's. I would say, no, that's a bit harsh. I was about to say it's an easy track to learn, which it kind of is. It's why it's there, right? It's why they put it in the game early on as like the learning track, effectively. I would also say it's probably a track that not many race on outside of that. Because even if you're in ACC and you're looking at all the tracks to race, and obviously everybody's at COTA at the moment, but outside of that, like there's not a lot of races that happen on Zolder in the game. So I was surprised it was at 3% of the vote as well, actually.
I think my last Zolder one was when it was in the rotation for the ranked races.
Yeah, a long time back.
In ACC, that's a long time ago. But we should also not just look from the top of the track, but also really learn the track and have a go at how it's been driving.
Hello everyone again, here we are in Zolder, this time with the Lamborghini EVO2 with myself, Giorgio Simonini. So we know that we have to brake just before the flag on top, we hit the apex, we try to go on the right curb here, then again all on the left side, hit the apex again on the curb, accelerate as soon as you can, use all the track at your disposal, stay on the left side, brake where the grey part of the track starts, you hit the apex again, you go on the left curb here, try to maximize as much as you can the track, then we brake just after the 100-meter board here in second gear, then we'll short shift and fit, and again we have the chicane now. You need to try to maximize your braking but also cut as much as you can the red curb here, so short shift in second, fit again as much as you can in terms of track positioning. And here you just left a little bit, try to short shift just to help yourself. And then again 100-meter board here. You try to get that good traction. Go shift in second gear. And we go towards the last chicane of the track in Zolder here. Very tricky, just after the 100-meter board. And again, you can try to cut a little bit, get a good exit. And here we go with the lap in Zolder.
Giorgio Simonini once again showing us how it's been done here at Zolder. It is a very technical track. It is very
Hello,
tight. I love
again.
all
Here we
those
are in
chicanes, and I wonder if we can find a driver that really nails it early on, because you could run away as leader here compared to the Nürburgring GP, where this time it did not happen. And Lee, I just heard from our producers that there is a little warm-up clip to getting us into the mood for the next race. I wonder what that is, to be honest, because I really don't know right now.
I'm fearful. It's not like a warm-up of us sat there trying to do something. I don't know.
As long as they don't ask me to do like this and stretching and stuff like that, it's all good. Let's see. Oh, that was someone coming off the chicane. And then, oh, that is a nice jump. Look, Knight Rider music playing in the background. David Hasselhoff being absolutely proud of that one.
I mean, it highlights how deadly that chicane can be. Like that. I mean, obviously you saw from Simonini there. He takes a good chunk of the chicanes, and the chicanes can be dangerous.
Definitely.
It can unsettle your car, especially. It's the first one that goes straight into a corner, right? You come out the chicane. No, it's the second chicane. Sorry, second chicane. You go straight into a left-hander and a right-hander. So if you unsettle the car and get out of position, it's just going to absolutely ruin your lap and possibly put a couple of cars past you. Tough track, as you say. Well, actually, I'm going to say it's a simple track to learn. Tough track to master, I think is the best way to put it. Because the braking points, as you just heard from Simonini there, are pretty much all at the markers. There's it's the 100-meter marker. It's the 100-meter marker. It's very simple. You know where your braking point is. It's not like you're looking at a branch of a tree at some point or some shadow over here. Don't use shadows, by the way. Bad example. But yeah, we're on the grid, guys.
Yeah, getting ready for our second track of today. Nurburgring, that was done a bit earlier. If you missed that, then you can obviously watch the replay. But now it's time for Andrew O'Hara leading us into the Zolder race with Andika Ramamulana right next to him. Devilish Singh in third, and Jacomin filling up the second row. Lucas Burs, the winner of both races at Nürburgring, starting in fifth. Then it's Newton in sixth. Rahmat, after his penalty at Nürburgring GP, are fighting back to a good position in seventh. Then Lou in eighth, Wesson and Shaquille rounding up the top 10.
So we know what the points stand as. Now for me, this race is not so much going to be about O'Hara, Malana, Burs. It's about the guys down the back. It's about the guys outside maybe of the top 15 or just on the bubble of the top 15. Those that need to sort of get themselves in there, solidify their point. Can any of those maybe squeak into the top 8 and get that reverse grid look and sort of put them into that pole position, give them a real launching platform in the main race to try and maximise their points. You can see it is green, the track, but there's rain out there. 15 minutes, it's going to get wetter. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get it away. Here we are at Zolder for the Lamborghini Real Race. 15-minute sprint race. Andrew O'Hara leading things out. Already being contested, though, by Ndika Ramamalana up the inside. He's going to have the right-hander, and he should be able to get the lead. Who's that? Davlish Singh looking to sneak between them. Oh.
Yeah, I love how Davlish Singh is willing to risk it here early on in the race. Small contact, though, between O'Hara and Mulana, which wasn't that great, but Davlish Singh found his way through. Now up to second. A front runner, Jacomin, under a lot of pressure. In the background, that's the orange car there, with Lucas Burs in the black and green car, so that they just have been fighting a corner go, but Mulana now leading in front of Sinch, then O'Hara and Jacomin, and I have to say, today just doesn't look like a typical Andrew O'Hara day.
No, I just saw Davlish Singh. I think he was maybe the man that got the airtime because he looked like he did it again there. He got some serious air, but you can see how tight it is through these chicanes. And obviously you have to take a lot of those curbs and a lot of those sausages, and it can really unsettle the car, and you've got to be careful you don't hit it just on the wrong side and maybe bottom out the car or send you spinning, we'll see. But as it is, and Dika Marama Malana doing a great job at the start. He ended up doing a bit of door banging with O'Hara, which kind of sent him off a little bit. That's why Davlish Singh managed to get through. But as it is, We'll see whether Andika this time can hold out in the sprint race.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm pretty much sure that Milana can create a bit of a gap, especially since Devilish Singh is more than occupied now with Andrew O'Hara right behind him. We see that there. That's a darker car behind the blue. Devilish Singh trying to cover up the inside now, switching over to the ideal line, but O'Hara was already alongside. What a run he had there on the start-finish stretch. He might be able now to do it in the right-hander, but has to slot in behind Devilish Singh again, with Giacomin now being in waiting position. But Giacomin knows exactly that if he goes for a move, Lucas Burrs will be all over him as soon as it doesn't work out.
Yeah, he's already looking to try and make the move. You can see the green of Lucas Burrs sit behind Giacomin. That's why we are looking towards him right now, looking to see if he can make that move. He's got to be careful though. He's got Rahmat right up behind him as well. So Rahmat looking to say the same. Some airtime from Burrs there. That Lamborghini took off. That's for sure. Yes, Giacomin watching that battle play out ahead of him. Ooh, a little late on the brakes actually there. Hotter maybe on them. That may be feeling the pressure. He's got right up behind. But while this is all happening, Devilish Singh, by the way, is being left behind. Because Randika Ramabalana, he's gone. You talked about it earlier on. He is gone. Further down the field, Shaquille, who had a great race actually, great comeback I should say, in the main race on the Nurburgring, is down in 11th position. Not ideal for him. Maybe not a track for them. We'll see.
Yeah, it's more interesting, and I also just heard that Giacomin is already on his second warning for this race. Andrew O'Hara is through on Devilish Singh, and Giacomin goes alongside as well. Oh, he's not getting a single second of breathing space and calmness. Instead, there are like three cars now around Devilish Singh, and they all want to make a move. There's contact with Giacomin, sending Giacomin a bit wider, and someone around in the back spun.
It's Rahmat,
but that
Rahmat
wasn't Rahmat, yeah. That lost it back there, and it was the touch between Giacomin and Devilish Singh. I wonder if he just tapped the brakes mid-corner as he was afraid of running into both.
I think it was Burst. I think they were side by side with Burst. He was at the time.
Oh,
so
be, yeah.
It might have been Burst, and Burst looks like he's under pressure as well. Burst looks like Vessen's trying to get past Burst, so he's having to defend and close the door on that one. Look how much airtime they get sometimes off that chicane. If you hit it right, you are just going to fully take off that car. And yeah, Vessen putting some good pressure onto Lucas Burst here.
Yeah,
that's too much pressure. That's too much pressure. That is, yeah, I saw when he was coming down to the chicane, I thought, oh, he's coming in a bit hot there. And yeah, too hot, straight to the back of Lucas Burrs, who doesn't need to worry so much about his points, but that took about 4 cars out.
Yeah, that was not great there, seeing how tight that chicane is, and Lucas Burrs definitely on the receiving end for this one. Very unfortunate for the double winner of our Nürburgring races. Nearly half of the show. But Andika Ramulala now 2.5 seconds already over Andrew O'Hara, then Devilish Singh, then Giacomin, then Lou. Although Chotima right now under pressure, and he was a bit late there on the brakes, and once again it's Lucas Burrs getting the short end of this, being crashed into. That's a horrible race for Lucas Burrs, and I have to say, none of that so far what I saw was up to it.
Well, he's been given the penalty. I can't see it, but I'm pretty sure it's for hitting Rahmat, I believe, at the start of that last lap, which is where that 15 seconds come from, I believe. Yeah, for the damage on Rahmat. But yeah, I expect to see probably some more coming through for Vessen at the moment, who is still hanging on up in 7th position. I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm pretty sure there's a big hefty penalty coming his way. Joseph Morgan just alongside him as they come into the chicane. Vessen clipping him once again, not giving him the space on the track. Jeff Newton, who finished 8th in the main race just a moment ago on the Nürburgring, also looking to squeeze on through. Now remember, 8th place here with 10 minutes to go is pole position, which is why we're seeing so many jostling. By the way, Rene, we were told this is hard to overtake. It's happening everywhere.
Yes, I was wondering. We were expecting way more overtaking in Nürburgring, and now everyone goes wild in Zolder right now. Sending cars sideways and sending them side by side into corners. So I'm quite happy with what we're seeing, but that is another car right in front of Lucas Burrs going off. I think it was Wesson, or Shaquille. Oh, Shaquille was a bit wide there. I think he touched the grass on the braking.
Yeah, it looked like that way. I'm just keeping an eye on auto is looking like Lucas Burst. It loves Lucas Burst right now. Well, that's fine. That's fine. But let's have a look at the current race leader. You can see he's gone. 2.6 seconds down the line. Ndika Ramamalana under no pressure. O'Hara now got himself spaced with David Singh. Geikerman also got himself spaced out. So at the moment, the top 5, in fact the top 6, very much spaced out. Joseph Morgan as well. He's where the, I would say train, it's a little harsh to say train, but that's where it sort of begins. Jeff Newton obviously up behind him, as well as Vesson, who I'm still waiting to see that penalty come through, because he absolutely torpedoed Lucas Burst. To see whether that actually happens and comes through there. There it is. 15 seconds almost like on command, and it will be a 15-second penalty, which doesn't help because it keeps him ahead of Burst. Oh, and he's just gone off the track.
Yeah, that's not a good start for Mitchell Wesson, and it seems like he has further problems because he's stopping the car now, trying to get a run in again. Bit weird here. White flag, obviously. In case you're from the US, then white flag doesn't mean
he accidentally hit the engine button.
Could be. Sure.
Just got the engine out.
It's like in US racing, white flag obviously means this is the last lap before the checkered flag. In circuit European racing, let's call it like that, the white flag means there's a slower car in front of you, and you should be aware of it, like as in like really slower car in front of you. Like Weston, for example, when he was stationary on the track. So just in case anyone was wondering and might be watching from the US, we have slightly different
anyone that plays another racing game would know that. Let's put it that way.
Oh, we don't. I mean, white flag in iRacing. It's last lap.
It's last lap, yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah.
So it is sometimes a bit confusing. But any other flags, don't worry about them. Yellow flags still mean dangerous.
You just don't want the meatball. That's what you don't want.
That's what you don't want. That's true. No one wants the meatball.
Let's have a look at what happened with Vesson. Is this the original incident, or is this him stopping? We'll find out. It's the production that keeps us both on edge.
Yeah. There we go. Let's see, Wesson obviously on the long stretch here, back stretch kinda. Chicane before you coming on to start-finish stretch. Oh no, it isn't, it's the start. Oh, he went a bit hard over that curb just. Bottomed out the car.
But then he stops.
Yeah, that's what's wondering. Why? Maybe he has a motion rig and he completely fell out of the seat.
He bounced out of the seat. Oh my god. You know, it could have been. I know we've all got force feedback. I tell you what, it can hurt sometimes. It could have been when he went over that, and it did yank him to the right. He could have actually just yanked the wheel a bit, and probably hurt his wrist or something. There's actual wrist injuries can happen in sim racing.
That is definitely true. It is a real risk, and we're talking about a real sport as well. I have to say, I'll probably look worse coming out of a tough sim race than I look coming out of a real race. I was like, sim racing, man, I'm sweating.
Yeah, I'm so grateful that the temperatures dropped because I can get back in the ring. I don't have air conditioning like I know a lot of people out there do, but we don't tend to get that in Germany unless you actually want to stick it in yourself. So it tends to be a case of like wait for the temperature to drop and you can start racing again, unless you just want to have a wind in your hair from the fan in your face. It's a Heiser, isn't it, up behind Jeff Newton here. Jeff Newton's lost a position. Luke Burst has actually got himself back up there. Jeff Newton, he was in the top 8, so something's happened there. So Lucas Burst has got back past him. Joseph Morgan's got back past him as well as Rachman. So actually, yeah, there's been some incident further back that's put Jeff Newton back down there, unfortunately. He will still actually get 8th place, though, because of Lucas Burst's penalty. So Jeff Newton at the moment would be starting on that pole position for him. Heiser has also fallen back now. Heiser was right behind him a minute ago. What's just happened there? It seems that they are... There's a lot of errors, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, it was quite action-packed here in this little 15-minute sprint race, which is kind of a warm-up for the big feature race only. We have 4 minutes still on the clock, and everyone was kind of involved in some sort of action so far. I'm pretty sure that none of the drivers are bored from this race. And Joseph Morgan here having to defend against Lucas Burrs. Burrs obviously on the 15-second penalty.
Oh, he's got the inside.
But he's a lot quicker. Look at the tempo he can get out of the corner. The momentum that Lucas Burrs throws into this corner. And easily taking down Joseph Morgan.
Yeah, he just, he almost stepped to the side. Maybe he just thought, you know what, he's got a 15-second penalty, I don't need to fight him. I'm going to be ahead of him anyway. But he definitely just seemed to almost get out of the way. If you remember back to last season, I think it was somebody literally just got out of the way and indicated for Jordan Sherritt to go past. Danger.
Oh, what an entry again.
I think it was Rahmat, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Rahmat that had lost it back there. So Rahmat off the track, but it means that he falls back to 8th position, Rahmat. And, well, danger moment there to see whether Burrs and Morgan were going to be able to wipe him out or get past him.
Yeah, we also get more rain.
The track's gone greasy.
It went crazy, but more interesting. Look at what would happen in 30 minutes. Now, considering that between the sprint race and main race, we will jump 1 hour. I think it will be heavily raining once we head into the 45-minute race.
Yeah, but I got to assume they're on dries right now, right? Because it was green before. It was a nice track. Now it's gone greasy. Yeah, that's why we're seeing some serious problems from some people just not ready for the conditions.
Oh, that's another car off there. It's like,
it was Garnham, yeah.
Yeah, this is now a lot of action everywhere we're looking the last 2 minutes. And seems like drivers a bit over the place. I wonder if that is the change in rhythm between Nürburgring and Zolder. That everyone's a bit crazy right now.
Well, I think it's just the track conditions. I think they've just gone, because it's just got heavier rain. I don't think they've quite been ready for the heavier rain. I mean, again, if they've just been racing in wets and they've been used to racing in wets, they're suddenly thinking, well, why is my car not sticking? They haven't realised, because obviously we see the track, and whether they may not have noticed it, it's only just switched in the last minute. That we are seeing people all over the shop at the moment.
See, we get a replay of what happened to Garnham there. He's currently in 16th now after what happened. See if we can figure out what was the real reason for that. And the brakes now, and oh, he was once again a bit late on the brakes, and then he just had to send the car into the grass to avoid crashing the other driver right in front of him. I think that was smart, better than trying to use them as a braking block.
Track's now damp, so it's got really wet in the last. So that's switched from green to greasy to damp in 2 minutes. So yeah, really wetting up. So these drivers need to be extra cautious, I would say. And to just compare lap times, Andika Ramalana's lap is 2.5, actually nearly almost 3 seconds slower than his fastest lap. So that's how much he's slowed down. Like, they have really backed off now.
Yes, like they have to, and sometimes it's only about preserving what you have right now. You don't really want to go full attack. Like if you enter O'Hara, for example, you won't make up those 3 seconds to Milana anyway. And Milana just wants to cruise, but Jeff Newton is still fighting against Rahmat here. That is Rahmat right behind Morgan. Sorry, Newton was the car behind. But Fatli Rahmat tries to gain another position against Joseph Morgan. He gets it side by side, but next up should be the chicane. That will be very tight for both drivers. They clip on the braking, and now they have to somehow get into that chicane. Both, I think, got a track cut here. Rahmat even a bit more than Joseph Morgan. But this brings Newton back into the pack. That's the blue-orange car in the background, and also Heisey closing the gap here in the very last lap, because Andika Ramalana will soon end this race. As he comes around the last chicane, grabbing another win here in the series, and a win after a horrendous race at Nürburgring with that stop-and-go penalty, 30 seconds. He also got on top of that, standing there, so he will be very happy with the comeback here in Zolder, getting the win. But the race not decided for Lou and Giacomin either. Giacomin probably won't get the car alongside here. No, it will be Oscar Lou on 4th, and then Giacomin in 5th, but it was very, very close between these two. And behind, we still have Morgan against Rahmat, but Morgan will be capable of holding on to 7th for now. And with that, Rahmat will actually get pole position in the main race.
No. Jeff Newton will. Because
Lucas Burst will drop down.
Yeah. So because of that, they're going to send Jeff Newton up into pole. However, that's good for Rahmat. Rahmat definitely is able to hold his own. Obviously did very well in the previous race. Obviously he got that picked up, that drive-through penalty, which was what cost him towards the end there. Obviously the speeding in the pits knocked the limiter off, didn't he, in the pits. But yeah, I mean, this track has already proven that, it's pretty wild. Maybe they were just going for it. Certainly a lot more than they went for in the Nürburgring. And also, I think we're going to see a lot of cutting warnings and possible penalties coming through in the 45-minute main race.
I definitely. The action that we had was good. Obviously, we don't want to see Lucas Burst being, haunted like it happened here in the sprint race. That was a bit harsh, I would say. The damages he picked up with his Huracán, hopefully that works better for him in the feature race. But in general, the action that Zolder provided, together with the change of weather and probably the more increasing rain now for the main race, I think we're in for a cracker here with a 45-minute race.
Yeah, that was entertaining. There was a lot going on. Actually, we were struggling to keep up with it. I think Nicholas, who's dealing with the replays in the background, he's going to be very busy. That's for sure. He's going to be trying to capture all the crashes and the chaos that have been taken off, or cars simply taking off at chicanes. But yeah, definitely a hot one.
It's a bit like NASA Launchpad. When looking at the chicanes, and also how often people are actually braking a bit too late, which probably was down to the changing conditions, because especially in the 15-minute race, you sometimes ignore the weather tab, right? Because you're like, okay, it's a 15-minute race, it will stay as it is, and then just push, and you feel like the tire's getting a bit better. At the end of the lifetime, sometimes they really come to life once again, and then all of a sudden you overlooked that the track changed to damp, and then it was way more rain than when you started. And then things like that happen. You're a bit late on the brakes, you're a bit early on the throttle coming out of the corner, and you lose control.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it was like they were almost 3 seconds slower in the final laps than they were at the start. So, you know, the track it really changed, and obviously they had a lot of people on slicks in that one. So it's a bit tricky when it goes wet and you're in slicks.
Yeah, Zolder proved thrilling and challenging at the same time. So beware that there will be more racing action coming your way. 45 minutes. Main race right after the break. APAC region group stage coming to an end here at Lamborghini The Real Race. We're back with Lee and me, Renee, bringing you the last race of today's event as we're in Zolder for the 45-minute feature race. And Lee, the sprint race showed us a ton of action in 50 minutes. So yeah, 45 can only become even better.
Yeah, and it's looking like this time around it is going to stay wet. And we'll see whether it continues that way. We're obviously in free practice. I can see the free practice at the moment, which has got a lot of rain.
Yeah, but it also says 30 minutes. It would have no rain.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to get to. So I'm wondering, because it progresses an hour, doesn't it? So I'm wondering whether this track is actually going to be dry or maybe changing conditions. We'll see, because obviously we saw how much that affected towards the end of that 15-minute sprint race. It started to catch a few people off guard just how slippy the track had got, people missing breakpoints or just not realizing they needed to take a little bit more time and going off the track. So yeah, this could be an interesting one. As you mentioned, lots of overtakes, lots more than we were expecting. You know, we had Giuseppe on at the start of the day, and he was talking about how it's a very tough track to overtake on. Not the case, as it seems, or certainly in our race, first 15. Maybe with the 45-minute main race, it's going to be a little bit more calmer. We'll see. We'll see. And also, we've got a couple of new faces starting at the beginning of the grid, of course, with Jeff Newton being the pole sitter this time around.
Yeah, it will be very interesting because when you have I don't want to talk down on Newton now, but if you have a pole setter with a bigger difference in pace going through these small chicanes, then the guys in the background, they will really be bunched up. So I wonder if O'Hara and like Singe and obviously Andika Ramalana, if they can all keep that going. Jeff Newton, that is our driver that will lead this race from the start, 33 years old, so nearly as old as me, and the same favorite Lamborghini, although I would always say Diablo SV, but Diablo GTR makes a lot of sense as well. I wouldn't mind either of them. So it will be very interesting to see how long he can hold on to the lead for that one, because turn one just opens a ton of opportunities right from the get-go. We saw them in the previous race, right? That's how Andika Ramalana got the lead that early. If Newton can hold on to it until the first chicane, then there's a real chance for him for a very, very good result.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, in 10th place in the standings, I believe he was already. So, you know, he's well within a chance of being in the finals.
Let me check this for you real quick.
That's what I've got at the moment, at least.
10th with 25 points.
Yeah, see, we're on the same page.
Right behind Joseph Morgan, though.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, with some of the drivers up there, obviously Chang, who we saw doing great earlier on, got himself 3rd place in the main race. Rahmat up there as well. So a lot of top drivers sort of in and around him. His main contenders, I mean, he's basically looking, obviously, the danger of these guys is they've got to be top 50. That's what they're looking at, right? So he doesn't want someone like Chotama, Graham, Shaquille, and Heisa, Vessen. These are all the drivers that are behind him. So he doesn't want them surpassing him, in which case he's pretty much set. Josie Morgan, the young 17-year-old, certainly did very well earlier on. Lost a couple of positions in the main race, which I'm sure he's going to be upset about himself. Simply ran wide and almost got picked off by both Andika Ramamalana and Rahmat. So, you know, that's not not too upsetting. Two top drivers passing him by there, but yeah, I mean, he certainly did well. Also posts videos as well, so you check out his YouTube. Rahmat unfortunately picked up the drive-through penalty in the main race at the Nurburgring, which is what cost him his positions. Actually managed to fight his way back into, I believe it was 8th, towards the end of that race, despite having that extra pit stop drive-through penalty. So good on him for that. He obviously was running in second place at that point, though, so obviously would have wished for a potential podium position. We'll see whether he can progress this time around. Obviously, he is in that top 8 turnaround, so we'll be with a good shot here.
Yeah, and Rahmat seems to have the right mix of, like, the balance between being aggressive but still trying to just have a clean race, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, think of the overtake he did, right? You were talking about it on the Nürburgring. The overtake that he did, Rahmat did, compared to... Who was it that took ages? It was Shaquille, wasn't it? It was Shaquille that took ages to get past Morgan. It took like 6 attempts, where Rahmat first time, boom, straight past, no messing.
Yes, I just like drivers that are willing to create opportunities in a more not classical style. So like people that try to get someone to come off the line to defend and then create an opening due to that, rather than go for the classic, I go in slipstream, then I go in the inside break in, done, right? Especially in Zolder that works, because if someone has to defend, then there are a lot of different lines that they might cover at that moment, which then creates opportunity at the upcoming corner due to the rhythm you come into it. So I just think someone that can play with that and can kind of envision the next 2 to 3 corners in his head can set up very, very interesting overtakings here in Zolder. And I hope to see more of that, what we just had in the sprint race.
Yeah, and then I would say even more so in a race like Zolder that is tight. You're talking, 115, 130 a lap or something like that. Racecraft is at its key. Obviously, everybody can hot lap. They wouldn't be here if they couldn't. But racecraft is what you're really talking about there. It's like whether they just go for that tried and tested, outbrake them, inside, maneuver. Whereas, okay, didn't work out. Let's try the outside next time. Maybe we can get an outside maneuver working. If they can try these different angles, try these different
something that Giacomin couldn't do at Nürburgring. Keep that in mind.
Exactly,
he was trying outside, never changing his approach.
Yeah, exactly. Just sticking with the same tried and tested, which is probably the route he takes in his hot lap. So it wasn't trying a race lap. He was trying a what's the fastest line lap, which doesn't work when you're racing, when you're trying to overtake people. It doesn't work out. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Things about ready to go. The grid sets up. It is Jeff Newton starting out in pole position. Rahmat, as we were just talking about, alongside him. Joseph Morgan, a guy coming down in 3rd and 4th. Oscar Liu in 5th. And Davlis Singh down in 6th position. O'Hara and Milana. That is going to be the key positions, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, so we're just missing Lucas Burs here, who, after having an awful sprint race, down to others bumping into him, not down to his own performance, only starting in 11th. So that would be the other driver kind of fighting for the win in group stage in the APAC region, as there would be Andrew O'Hara, Adika Ramamulana, or Lucas Burs. With Luca Giacomin right behind, by the way. So Burs might lose his position to Giacomin if it would stay like this.
Yeah, and I was talking about like threats to Jeff Newton, Schottema and Heiser, they're 9th and 10th, so they're the ones that are looking to challenge him. Shaquille down in 13th, so it's looking good for him, but obviously, as we saw in the previous race, anything can happen in these laps, and if you do, unfortunately, have an off, you're going to lose a lot of places. It's a short, tight track, there's not enough space, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the main race at Zolder. For the real race, the Lamborghini is underway. Jeff Newton starting out on pole position. Rahmat alongside him, but he manages to hold out. The damp track could cause problems.
Yeah, and the rain will increase. We are on depth right now. Will be definitely becoming wet in the next 30 minutes. But Jeff Newton did everything he had to do on the first lap, and that was just making sure that Rahmat is not doing the same that Andika Ramamulana did. And just grabbing the lead early on, and he's doing it well, and if he keeps it until the chicane that they're approaching now, I think there's a great chance for him. But Rahmat already trying to look up alongside, but not really getting there, and he knows how how harsh it can be to get into that chicane side by side. We saw in the previous race with Joseph Morgan, who's right behind them. Rahmat and Morgan went side by side into the chicane. Didn't work out quite well for both of them. Went right into the grass, while Oscar Liu now right behind Davlish Singh. We're Singh in 5th already. That's the blue car in front. And then you have O'Hara, Mulana in the black and red cars right behind. We have Lucas Burrs already up to 9th.
Yeah, Davlish Singh getting that move done on Oscar Liu early, so love to see it. Wasn't afraid to get in there. Shung under pressure. It's a couple behind him. That's Chang, who finished 3rd in the previous race. Down in 11th, he's managed to move his way up into 10th position, so he's managed to get it going and working out there. A little further down towards Davlish Singh. Actually, I just saw O'Hara. Yeah, O'Hara under pressure. Now that's him and Randika Ramamalana both squeezing past Oscar Liu, it seems like here. There's the front two from the sprint race.
Look how Lucas Burrs immediately
slotted in. Yeah, just like, yep, I'm just going to catch up. I think he started 11th, right? So he's already looking to get up into sort of 8th position as well, so he can get past into Oscar Liu there. But Oscar Liu has shut the door on him.
Yes, absolutely. Look.
Oh, he's straight past. He's straight past up the inside.
He does, and Lucas Burrs will follow right after. Like I said, I absolutely love how Lucas Burrs is getting through the grid here. And Liu lost 3 positions in basically just a half of a track. Not really great for him, but it is a tough grid here. Not an easy one to stay up ahead. Talking about staying up ahead, Jeff Newton still in 1st, right in front of Rahmat. Great performance so far, but everyone else is kind of bunching up. Davlish Singh up to 4th already.
Yeah, Joseph Morgan losing out there. Davlish Singh gets past him, and as the opportunity is there, O'Hara and Andika Ramamalana all squeezed through it. So Joseph Morgan, actually tell a lie, I don't think Ramamalana got through. No, he didn't, but O'Hara did. So Joseph Morgan losing 2 positions in one corner. That's what I was talking about. You just one slight mistake, one slight little misposition, it can hurt you so much on this track, because especially at the start you're all obviously bunched together, but the fact is you're going to stay bunched together for the entirety of the 45 minutes. There's not a lot of space on this track to be had. If you do break away, you're going to have another car around there, because as the track spaces out, there's only so much space for 16 cars on this grid. Oh!
Yeah, it is quite busy, as we can see here. Joseph Morgan blocking the inside, blocking the outside. Then the inside was already occupied here by Andika Ramamalana. That will give a bit of damage to his car, but Lucas Burrs wants to follow right after. But Burrs gets tapped into the corner. Can't really get the car to rotate inside, losing out position to, I think, Liu as well. Yep, he does. Not to Chang, though. Chang is the blue and yellow car in the background. Lucas Burrs still trying to hold on to it. But he lost a lot of momentum due to that tap by Joseph Morgan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the young man just misplacing, didn't realise. I think he maybe, because he got caught out by Andika Ramamalana going through, I don't think he expected to have a Luke Burrs also coming through, so it's sort of like, it's that case of I'm just going to try and slot in behind the cars taking over me and just not expecting a second one to be there, so we just didn't even look and see him in the mirrors coming, to be honest. But yeah, unfortunately for Luke Burrs, it does manage to mean that he is further back down there now. So, but still trying to challenge out. Oh, that's some misbraking going on there. That's Oscar Liu, I think he was, that just totally put himself out of position. So much so the camera's lost him. He's gone. He's gone into the nether. There he is. Chang's right on him as well.
Yeah, that wasn't great from Oscar Liu, but I think we should have a quick look at Newton, although Liu now also might lose out against Chang. No, he doesn't. But on the run, on the main stretch, yeah, wasn't enough momentum lost in that chicane to cover up the apex. And with that, Chang now found a way around him up to 9th and Oscar Liu down to 10th. But I have to say, Newton still in 1st, half a second nearly to Rahmat by now. Doing a great job here.
Davlish Singh. Got O'Hara right on his bumper, Milano right behind him. So this front 5 have broke away a little bit, with Joseph Morgan being battling there effectively. He's still got Lucas Burrs back on him again, so he's not managed to break away there. Lucas Burrs having another look to see if he can maybe squeeze on through. on the chicane. Chang has got past Oscar Liu, as already previously mentioned. So Lucas Burst this time, seeing if he can keep it, hold around the outside. And yeah, that was, I don't know whether it was a little greedy, maybe trying to hang around the outside before that chicane, but either way, him and Joseph Morgan had it coming together. And it looks like Joseph Morgan's come out worse off there.
Yeah, although I see that was not an easy situation in general, I think Joseph Morgan is currently the car that causes most of these problems. We saw it in the sprint race already, we see it here in the main race. It seems like Morgan's struggling still a bit with having so many cars around him here on Zolder. And his pace is fast, no doubt about it. But yeah, getting it done cleanly and ensuring that there's enough respect and room for the other drivers, I think that's a bit missing here right now.
Just amid trying to get race control up on the screen. There we go, I've got that up. So I just want to see what's happening. There's already a lot of incidents, let's put it that way, already going in there. So they're just trying to play catch up, I think, on keeping their eye on the ball to see exactly what's happening here. And Dika Ramamolana, the fastest car on the track right now, so he's managing to put in some pretty quick times. He's obviously on the heels of O'Hara, and that's just how chaotic it looks from their point of view. Cars weaving left, weaving right as they get ready for the chicane, try and balance themselves out. The top six, I should say, all running within a half a second of one another. So any mistakes are going to cost you dearly. Jeff Newton, though, doing a great job at hanging on, still to first place, but only for now. Rahmat still pressuring him.
Yeah, it's like Ahmad is still in striking distance, kind of, just waiting for one mistake by Newton to get a bit closer. But it seems like no one wants to risk everything right now within the top six, kind of, with Ndika Ram and Milana. But as soon as Milana closes that gap to Andrew O'Hara, I think we're on it. And look at how everyone approaches that corner. Lucas Burst in the background trying to catch up after the little off he just had with Morgan. It's a great fighting group. See how they try to unfold each and every time they're hitting straight. That was Jacomin being side by side with Devilish Singh.
And that's going to open O'Hara up.
Devilish, oh, he had to come over the curb there. Yeah, there were those sausage curbs. It sent him a bit wide. And then he tapped Jacomin. And you saw how it was a bit... You saw that puddle? It is getting wetter and wetter.
Now, is Milana going to pay off? It absolutely has worked off. So Milana has managed to get past O'Hara and Singh there. So that definitely worked out for him. Singh's having a little comeback at O'Hara to see if he can manage to try and squeeze it back in there. But Andika Ramamalana, they came at him like the A-team either side of him, swarming past Singh just because of that one little tap in the chicane. And yeah, absolutely pounced on it. Now, while at Lucas Burst, you can see he's back on the back of these now. So while they've been battling, fighting for position, it's bought time for Lucas Burst and Chang to both catch back up on this front pack, of which is now 8 cars. And that's how tight it is, and that is, unfortunately, Jeff Newton, I think, sent sideways by, I can only imagine, by Rahmat. And that puts actually Guy coming through. That's Milana now up into second place as well. O'Hara possibly going to squeeze on through as well. Almost certainly a penalty. I don't know if we can catch a replay of what happened there, but Jeff Newton definitely was sent sideways.
Yeah, very, very sad to see that. He was still
Look at that dive bomb from O'Hara!
Catching Ndika Ramolana and Devilish Singh on the back of him. That catches out Lucas Burst again. That brings Lou around. Like, oh my goodness me. That was
O'Hara or Rahmat. It was hard to tell because they were all the same colour. They're all red and black. But I couldn't tell whether that was O'Hara. O'Hara's been sent down, so I guess it's not. I guess it must have been Rahmat that caught him and tapped either Milana or...
Pretty sure that we get a replay of that, so we know who it was. But yeah, that was a crucial one. Wow. Coming in there wasn't ideal, and especially in that chicane, which is so tight. You see that the radius that you have to bring the car around is massive. And then diving in like this wasn't a quick corner where you can just need a bit of steering angle, but you need a lot of steering angle. And that didn't work out.
Not ideal, and what was a pack of 8 is now down to a pack of 5. Oscar Liu gap forming from him. He's 2.3 seconds down. P7 side by side, and that is Heisa and well, Jeff Newton. Obviously, he was sent spiraling out of pole position earlier on. Josie Morgan also having a little bit of a lunge and manages to get it done. Does ride the chicanes, but I think it was done as bad as clean as he could try and make it under the heavy braking conditions.
what a race start here for the first 45 minutes. Giacomin currently in the lead now with, all the stuff that happened. Newton spinning out and then Rahmat diving a bit. And that's another car that will go gone into the Shadow Realms. Kind of Devilish Singh. After being, I think, bunched up a bit between Rahmat and then Chang tapped them from the back, which sent Devilish Singh spinning. Wow, this is a lot of action for just roughly the first 10 minutes of this race.
Yeah, I'm looking at race controls. They've got a sheet going on. It's filling out fast. So
not surprised.
I think we're going to see quite a few penalties appearing shortly. Let's put it that way. I think there's going to be some definitely squeezing on through here. We'll keep up with them as they go. I can tell you there's almost certainly going to be a penalty coming through from Rahmat. It's just waiting to get confirmed. I'm pretty sure, almost certainly it will happen. Here's the on-board. This was with Lucas Burst, so let's just keep an eye on it because the chaos ensues in front.
Oh,
so
it was
O'Hara tap on Milana, so O'Hara did spin. Burst got spun, but I didn't even see what.
But it was O'Hara with the dive there.
Yeah, so it
Andrew
was.
O'Hara. Very unlikely, I have to say.
I mean, that's why obviously him and Burst both came in the pits as well to obviously get the early pit stop out of the way because they had no choice really. But yeah, I guess that's going to be a penalty for him as well.
That might change up our grid once again, but Giacomin should come out clean, I would say. He's currently leading. I need a second in front of Andika Rama Mulana, but Mulana will probably find the afterburner button just right now. And then catching up to Giacomin and starting that fight for the lead once again. Hongming Chang currently in fourth behind Rahmat, and then Oscar Liu behind him. Good race so far. Newton in the pits. Burst and O'Hara, we talked about that. After the spin, they both went into the pits. Let's see if that gives them a chance now to come back, at least for Lucas Burst and Andrew O'Hara, I would say, if they can really lay down some laps. And Mulana running into Giacomin, there might be a chance for them to come back in the later half of the race.
Well, what I garner from this is obviously we're going to get penalties coming through from all that chaos that was happening from the front eight, I think it's safe to say. It's going to open opportunities for better points for some of the late runners, like outside the top 10 perhaps, to get in there. If they suddenly get drive-throughs or 15-second penalties, and chance to close that gap. We'll see how it works out from Giacomin. A driver that absolutely needed the points. I mean, yes, he's up in the top 10, but not exactly safe, I would say. Well, tell a lie, he's fourth. He's very, very safe. But someone like Chang, who obviously had a great performance just a moment ago, he's currently sitting in 8th. Oscar Liu, he would need the points. He's 6th as well. So these guys are all just confirming their positions. But someone like Haisa, who's down in 12th, this is a real chance for him to sort of score big. Shaquille as well. But Shung's another driver, 16th at the moment. So he's actually out. Before the start of this race, he was outside the top 15. So they're currently running in 10th. Could get higher based on penalties to come through. So someone that could benefit from this and maybe get him into that top 15.
Yeah, definitely. There's still a chance. This is the last race, though, in the group stage. And we get another replay from the Andrew O'Hara incident. Let's see. I think we get O'Hara's look at this. Yep, that is O'Hara, right behind Rahmat. And so they come to the chicane. He tries to go alongside Rahmat, and then... So Mulana opened the door for O'Hara, but then it seems like how he came over the curb.
Was it him that hit, or was it Devilish Singh hitting him behind that forced him to hit?
Can we see that again?
Because it looked like he
oh no, we can't. We got Mulana on Giacomin now for the lead. It's a lot closer than previously. But I would love to look into that replay again.
He definitely got hit in the back by Devilish Singh. I didn't know whether that was what caused the contact or not, though. Whether he'd slowed it down. But anyway, at the moment, as you say, Andika Ramamalana fastest lap. Giacomin currently leading, but under pressure. Andika Ramamalana. Let's have another look at this.
It's like I said, he goes along, so that's fine. Then we see Mulana realize that O'Hara is there, so he opens up the inside. I wonder why O'Hara
No, he tapped before,
went
yeah.
straight over that curb.
Yeah.
Was it too slippery? Did he?
Would he lock up?
Was he afraid of losing the rear?
I think he locked up.
Could be that, yeah. It's a bit weird. Was a bit weird.
Without looking at obviously seeing his steering angle, we don't really know. Right, so he locks. Okay, so we've been told by production he does actually lock up on the curb. So I guess maybe he hit the curb. I mean, obviously it's always wet curbs, right? So he locks up on the curb, which is what sent him that straight angle. He tapped into, I think it was Milana, was it, or Rahmat that was on the inside of him, and then David Singh hits him at the back, which obviously then torpedoes and spins him.
Yeah, as I said, Mulana did everything he could. Mulana opened up the inside. He saw Ender O'Hara coming. He did not risk to block it at all. Look at Giacomi doing a mistake there. Out of the chicane, and then it's Andika Mulana through. Easy as it gets. We talked about that chicane, how crucial it is to hit the curb right there with the jumping. Luca Giacomin did not manage to do that right this lap around. And Andika Ramulana slapping him immediately with an overtake here, making him pay for that mistake. And now Andika Ramulana is leading.
Yeah, that's punishing. Punishing circuit. There's no doubt about it. Because it's such tight racing, one single error like that, that can cost you. The track damp still, but as you can see, it's going to get wetter. And these drivers definitely under tough conditions, feeling the effects of it. But it's Andika Ramamalana, the man who picked up a penalty in the previous main race, which is what sent him down. But this time he's got a real chance at picking up the win, because Burs stole that from him in the sprint race after a cheeky little lunge in the final chicane at the Nurburgring in the sprint race, which cost him that first place victory. So this would be effectively his first win of the day after that was taken from him.
Yeah, will be interesting to see if it ends like this, because we still have the changing conditions, right? It is currently just raining a bit. Track is still damp, that's fine. But then in 10 minutes, it should intensify a lot. And then in 30 minutes, it kind of levels out again. 30 minutes, it's not even, we don't even have that much race time. So we will have increasing rain.
I expect to see a lot of cutting penalties coming through. Just, oh, that's going to be a guy going completely off there. Rakabat's going to be right on the back of him. This is what that's what you were about to allude to, is the fact that with these changing conditions, stuff like that can happen.
Yeah, look at Giacomi not happy about that set. It's like he did the mistake first, but that is Joseph Morgan being off the track and then smashing it into the wall on the other side. Young driver here, struggling a bit with the conditions in Zolder. And who's that behind? Oh, yep, they are on the brakes, trying to not run into him. I think Morgan's car is quite beaten up, I have to say that. Look at the front right, ton of damage. Would have been fun if Lamborghini sent us a price list for all the parts on the car. Quite fun. I would be all in for
It would be quite high.
Tried to look into how much money he just thrown out of the window. But yeah, it's Chong, and then behind is Garnham. Garnham, obviously, as we knew before this, was 14th.
But this is big for Chung, because Chung was running in, what, 16th in terms of points? So this is big for him. Like, with these all these things going on, big problems for him.
This time I have to say, though, it was not on Morgan. I mean, Morgan could have also just turned in, but he had the right to let the car run. Yeah, he was totally right in just letting the car run straight at least a bit. He had to turn in anyway to leave some space for whoever went around the outside there. But yeah, the hit was quite massive.
Something has happened to Chang. Chang was right behind Jacobin. When we saw Andika Ramabalana go through, Jacobin had an error and Chang was right on him. But now there's a 4-second gap. So I've got to assume Chang's had a bit of an off somewhere along the line. David Singh's back up behind him now, so yeah, these, as you mentioned, the changing conditions is catching people off guard, and it's causing quite a few problems. I've got to assume people are coming in for wets as I say that. Did Davlish Singh totally miss his braking point there, or did Chang brake check him? I couldn't really tell, and Singh's just going to say, you know what, I'm going to the pits.
To be honest, I think that was Davlish Singh completely forgetting about the brake. Or he wanted to go straight into the pits anyway, and then realized that the car was still in his way. I don't know. That looked quite off. That was weird. And I would say this could be down to him wanting to go into the pits straight on. And then for that, he doesn't have to brake that early. But of course, the other car still has to get out of the way. Davlish Singh should be very aware of that. And yeah, he missed the chance here to get around the object that was the car in front of him. And now he has to pay with a ton of damage, I would say. And I'm not sure, who did he crash into?
Chang. It was back at Chang.
It's bad for Chang once again. Especially now that he's leading. Look at this. He's probably aiming for the pits, which are straight on. He thinks Chang will be out of the way, but Chang wasn't. That was quite a big impact.
Yeah. Like you say, I think he thought Chang would be out of the way and just also couldn't see a great deal through that spray. But still, you got to expect the other car's going to be slowing down. You can't just torpedo into him like that. That's cut and dry, I think, for race control. That one.
Yeah, it will be easy. That's some Davlish Singh, obviously. Can't do much about that. And actually, I think there will need to be a very high penalty. It's like that was just purely ignoring someone.
Okay, so we've got penalties starting to come through now. So let's have a quick recap while obviously also people taking the pit stops that have started to happen. So yeah, they're coming through after the pit stop. So Rahmat, well actually let's just start with Andrew O'Hara. He's picked up the 15 seconds. That was for contact with multiple cars. We already saw that, obviously two times in the replay. That came through there. 15-second penalty on car number 2. That is Rahmat. That is for avoidable contact with car number 1, which is obviously Jeff Newton's. That's what ruined Jeff Newton's race into the braking zone. Unfortunately, Jeff Newton, who was leading the race at the time, is now down in 13th position. That's kind of ruined his race. Another 15-second penalty that's come through is on Garnham. That is car number 15. That was for contact with multiple cars earlier on. And, well, there will be another penalty that is looming right now, which will be on Shaquille. And that is for contact into the side of car 3, which I'm assuming is Joseph Morgan. Yes, it is. Into Joseph Morgan, which we obviously saw in the replay as well.
Yeah, quite a lot of incidents across the first 24 minutes now that we have in this race, and we're halfway through of this last feature race in the APAC region, at least for the qualifier stage. Obviously, there will be a last chance qualifier for all of the regions. So there will be one for EMEA, there will be one for NALA, and there will be one for APAC. And then we head into the finals. There's still NALA. They have one group event left, which is next Sunday around. So another 2 races there. But for the group stage at APAC, this is the last event. And then the top 15 will obviously head over into the final, which is a 1-day event with a ton of racing for us to witness. And kind of from looking this now, I would love it to be on Zolder.
So interestingly, the Joseph Morgan and Lucas Burse incident, if you remember that, they were side by side. It sent Burse way off the track and lost, 2-3 positions, has been just adjudged to be a racing incident, which I think is actually probably fair. They were sort of side by side. It was simple, side by side banging, which unfortunately just unsettled Lucas Burse's car, which put him off, which is a shame for him. There is also a penalty looming for the man just coming in the pits. That is Shaquille. That is about to get a 15-second penalty as well, and that is for contact with car number 3, which of course is also Joseph Morgan.
Yeah, he wasn't involved in a lot of those,
yes.
I would say.
Yes.
Kind of very unfortunate. Is a younger driver, maybe a bit more inexperienced than the rest of the grid, and like I said, I think pace-wise he's there. It's now about awareness and understanding what is hard fighting and what sometimes is about giving a bit of room so everyone survives, so you can actually have a proper race and get the positions of the get the points of the position you just want to get, instead of ending up in the grass or ending up with penalties.
times the penalty applied. So that's the 5 penalties we have so far. Starting to rack up, as it was a fairly eventful opening with a lot of action going on. I say opening, we're already over the halfway mark. Pit stops obviously all coming through. As I mentioned, I expect to maybe see a couple of cutting penalties that will auto come in there as well. That could be the next challenge for some of these drivers that could shake things up. Andika Ramalana obviously leading the race, but this is pretty much a tight pack. So that's Geikerman in the orange car that's leading at the moment. As you can see, Rahmat and Luke Burst all after the pit stops, all very tight with each other. Rahmat, yes, he has a 15-second penalty. But let's not forget, this is still close racing. O'Hara also back there. Burst has gone very late on the brakes there.
Yes, I think he just was overshooting it. He was trying to push his luck there with the overtaking, and then just couldn't get the car to stop in time. And now it's Ender O'Hara right behind him. Everyone did their stops, right, besides Morgan and Chang, so he can't hope for any of that coming into play. So you will have to defend against Ender O'Hara, even though O'Hara obviously has that 50-second penalty.
Yeah, but obviously for Rahmat and O'Hara, they both have the penalty, so they're definitely fighting for position if they were to get near each other. At the moment, though, Rahmat's the one that's trying to put the pressure onto Geikerman, who has a bit of work to do here. Now, what happened to Chang? Obviously, this is devastating for him. So Chang was running in, I think it was 3rd place, wasn't he? He was up behind Geikerman at one point. But because he got sent spiralling by the pit stop that came in, by Davish Singh, I think it was, wasn't it? But it's, unfortunately, it's put him way down after the pit stop. And whether that's a case of simply stopping, the track has gone very wet now, hasn't it? Whether that's simply a case of staying out too long and the undercut paying off, who knows?
Yeah, I wonder if we saw some people changing the tyres now while they have been in the pits due to the track getting wet. I mean, we went from damp to absolutely wet, and we will even have increased rain in the next 10 minutes. With 17 minutes still to go, so it will change the conditions and the braking points for all of these drivers. We see Morgan coming to the pits now, so that leaves us with just one car that still has to do it. And Dika Ramawulana will soon be leading the main race again, even after the pit stop. He did before the pit stop, and they should be without any question marks here that he will get it back.
Shung remains the only man out there that hasn't pit stopped yet. Now, he was running inside the top 10, so we're going to keep an eye out where that falls out when he does come back. Joseph Morgan, as expected, will fall down the grid a fair bit with his pit stop. So, Andika Ramwalana, the current race leader, and quite considerably his fastest lap was obviously towards the start of the race. Nobody's going to get close to it now, but I just wanted to almost compare the times in terms of wet races. I mean, it was damp at the start, but he got 1:33.8. Now, actually, his last lap was 1:34.2, which is not bad, but everybody else is doing 1:35s. So Andika definitely on the pace, on his own pace, if anything, in this wet race, whereas everybody else seems to be struggling a bit more.
Yes, I wonder if he's just dialed in better into these wet races now, especially since we have changing conditions. I think this is the biggest change so far we had during the group stage. We mostly had like proper wet races that were wet the entire time, and now here that we really went from greasy to damp to wet, just catches some people off guard. Luca Giacomin doing a great job currently, still being on the podium, but look at the entire train that's right behind him. Rahmat, Burris, O'Hara. Even though obviously two of them have a 15-second penalty, they all want to get that one spot this beautiful orange and blue Lamborghini Huracán Super Trofeo EVO2 currently has. And I think with 50 minutes still on the clock, this will be a tough time for Luca Giacomin.
Wasn't that the colour though O'Hara ran last year? What made him change? I'm sure it was the orange last year. But, either way, the black and red of Rahmat very much looming large on Giacomin here. Now, opportunity. You kind of, while obviously you come down this straight, you don't want to be on the inside. You want to be on the outside. just after this, because that gives you the position on the inside of the big curve, the three curves effectively, back to back to back. So once he sort of comes round through the chicane, once he comes over the main line, and you can already see the line sort of forming as well, can't you? In the rain, you can see the track sort of starting to form out there. One of the great parts of Assetto Corsa Competizione is that, in fact, you do see these lines starting to form as the race continues.
Yeah, it's like, I think when it comes to weather, that is the beauty of current generation sim racing compared to the past.
Yeah.
When I started sim racing, everything was absolutely static. On the first one, we didn't even have any tire degradation whatsoever. And the biggest difference for me still from sim racing to real racing is that in real racing, I can't just copy laps. Because especially here at the Nordschleife, every single lap is different in terms of what the car is capable of doing, right? Your tires, your brakes, where's the engine? I killed that one. And in sim racing, it was often, for many years, it was down to pure hot lapping. Someone that was good at hot lapping, obviously you need a bit of racecraft, but if you were capable of just doing the same lap over and over again, there was no need to adjust. And now with ACC, for example, and their weather system, where Kunos Matsuri did an absolutely amazing job, drivers now have to adapt, and they have to feel out the track, which is something I really missed. Like, I love about real racing that I have to feel every single corner, what changed, and if there is a bit of room to push more, or if I even have to be more safe. And I think with the implementation of those weather effects and all that, we're getting there, and it's cool to see it here today with the forming line.
Absolutely. Jackman still under pressure, but Rachma making an error which brought Luke Burs back into play effectively. While we've been watching this, in case you missed it, Andika Ramabalana actually went past Shung. So while Shung has not taken that pit stop, he's already been overtaken by the race leader. So that's how much further Andika Ramabalana is down the road. He is almost 5 seconds, over 5 seconds ahead of Shung, and obviously another 5 down. These guys are battling it out. Oscar Liu is slowly catching this pack, actually. So Jackman, while he's hanging on to what is effectively second place, is slowly being wheeled in. That said, that was a very wide run from Rachmat there, who just missed the line a little bit. So some of these drivers definitely struggling a little bit in the rain right now.
Yeah, it's like, especially if you come off that line, it changes how it feels on the car. Unfortunately, not the way it does in real life. So normally you would see drivers now, depending on which tires they have on and stuff like that, to try to avoid the line.
You're going off
in case there was enough rubber built. That depends a bit on the previous sessions, right? But we kind of had dry sessions, so there's probably rubber from slicks. Obviously, the rubber gets very, very slippery once it rains, which is what you see in Formula 1 when they go around. Well, look at Giacomini's jumping with the Huracan once again over the curb. So you would avoid the line, and then outside of the line, you actually get more grip. Here, currently, it's a bit different. The line creates more grip as of right now, and around it, you start struggling, which makes overtaking a lot harder. So, unfortunately, I think there isn't a single sim out there yet that does rubber in line as in making it more slippery. At least, don't know of any. We know that even Gran Turismo with its new weather effects doesn't do that, and ICC is not doing it the way I mean it, and the same for iRacing and R-Factor 2.
I think, I mean, as much as I hate to, it sounds bad, I think it will be very confusing for people playing a game that doesn't understand like how it would feel in real life.
Probably.
It would take some learning, especially the fact that games have not done it for years, like ever.
But I'm waiting for it, because once again, like, I like when it's about...
Is that going to be your time to shine? It's like, ha! I know how to drive on this!
Not just that, it's more about then when we commentate on races, we will see people then either deciding this is the right time for the wet line or this is the right time for the dry line, right?
Yeah.
Which creates more action and more interesting battles, but also means that there are people that can shine because they're good at understanding how to create a wet line, which sometimes can be very confusing, on how to do a certain set of corners in a wet line. And right now, they have to be drive a bit different in the wet, no doubt about that, which is already good. should probably look at P3 right now, what happens there between Rahmat and Bert Jacquemin.
Jacquemin's just picked up a drive-through penalty, so that's going to be cutting. So
Yeah,
this is what we were talking
then.
about. Yeah, coming into the last 10 minutes, we knew cutting was going to come in there. I think Rahmat got past him all fair and square as it is. But unfortunately, yeah, that kind of ruins Jacquemin's race, doesn't it, completely. But I don't think he's going to be the first, I think there's more to come.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with how they jump over their curbs right now. But let's look at the replay from Jacquemin. What happened there previously while we entered the last 10 minutes of the race. It's Jacquemin going for the first chicane. Oh, he was just... Yep, he was going over the front tires, understeer, and then just cut the corner there. I think that was the drive-through. And then, oh, Lucas Bird's around the outside.
Look how much he's braking. He's fighting that car. I mean, honestly, I think Burst did very well to handle it, yeah.
Incredible.
He did very well to hold that. But, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's obviously going to ruin Jacquemin's race. It does, of course, bring in how this is going to work out. Obviously, for Lucas Burst, he's going to be up into the podium positions and actually would get second place as well because of the 15-second penalty over Rahmat. So, considering he started, 11th? At the beginning of this race. What a fantastic race it's been for him. The man is definitely driver of the day, there's no doubt about it. He has had a magnificent performance, winning both sprint and main race at the Nurburgring. I think the only person to do back-to-back in sprint and main so far, if memory serves. Maybe we had one do it in Nala last time out, I can't remember. But yeah, to get another great result here, another second place would be so. 10 minutes to go, well, actually just under 8 minutes to go now, so anything can still happen. Let's not get ahead. Drive-throughs, I think that drive-through coming through for Jacquemin will be a big warning light for everyone in the grid right now.
Yeah, definitely. I hope they get the memo here. Especially Ndika Ramamulana, he's leading right now, and everyone behind him has a penalty. So he should stay away from cuts as far as possible because there's absolutely no need to get into anything.
He is, however, still lapping faster than anybody else by a second. He is absolutely smashing it. Like a 13.5 second gap to Rahmat. Absolutely smashing it.
Shaquille getting close to Heise here, both with a 15-second penalty. I love by now how it looks on the left side here on our tower graphic. There's a lot of red in there. But we're approaching the last 6 minutes in the race, and that means if you want to make a move, make it soon. Although I would say the only one on top that would like to make a move is Lucas Burst, but he doesn't have to, because everyone in front of him is having penalties. So oh, he needs to stay close to Rahmat though, right? Oh, no, it's fine.
This is, that's a potential cut there. I want to talk about Chung. Chung was running in... I think he got himself up to 7th, and then obviously was the last to stop, didn't pit stop, and his long run has just cost him so much, it seems. Unless something bad happened in the pits and I didn't catch it earlier on, but he's dead last, so running late has definitely not paid off for anyone, I think, in this race, because everybody that ran late, they've all gone backwards.
That is true. I think the undercut worked quite well here, and in terms of timing, although I have to say, it also changed massively here anyway, due to the penalties and the few incidents that we had. So it's hard to predict if this was solely down to strategy, how they ended up there, or if it's down to what happened on the track.
Well, we have... well, it's a rematch, isn't it? It's a rematch. Chang and Singh. Obviously, Chang sensing wildly off the circuit. Actually... how has he not picked up a penalty for that? I want to double check that. I want to double check how and why that's not happened. Did they just not see it? Or... because he absolutely smashed Chang. I didn't see any penalties for him at all.
Really?
Yeah.
No, that can't be. I'm sorry. This is, that I would say as a commentator that's unacceptable because Chang definitely launched it. And he shouldn't.
Yeah.
No Race control, no, this is so not right. Hopefully no one in race control is named Michael.
No, Michael, no! Anyway, 4.5 minutes to go in this race. And it is currently Andika Ramomalana absolutely dominating here at a very wet Zolder. Rahmat currently running in second place. Got himself a nice gap as well. Will be surpassed by Lucas Burs when the penalty does apply towards the end there. Andrew O'Hara also running up there. He's going to hold position, I think. Tell a lie, he will lose out to Oscar Liu and possibly Chang and Singh as well, judging by the obviously the gaps that have been forming throughout there. Jeff Newton, a man that was unfortunately punted out of position by Rahmat, is down to 8th place right now. See whether he can maybe improve his time and try and hopefully get a little higher in there, but obviously he's got a large gap to Davlish Singh, so it's not looking likely that he'll improve. Hyson and Shaquille behind him, both carrying those penalties, so obviously will be moved further down. Jaikomin, unfortunately, after that drive-through penalty for cutting, the only one that's been caught up by cutting so far, down to 11.
There's a lot of changes after the race, definitely due to the penalties. Lucas Burs will become second, and unfortunately not in range here to give us a last fight at the end of the group stage of the APAC region, fighting against Andika Ramomalana. But Andika Ramomalana definitely deserving this one here, even after he got tapped by Andrew O'Hara. There was just nothing to stop him. He did a great job and very consistent driving, and so far flawless.
Yeah, absolutely. Malana has just been, faultless throughout there. He's had to fight for it. He's not been given this. He's worked his way through. Was doing some fantastic overtakes. He was obviously in there when all the craziness that was happening with O'Hara catching Rahmat catching Newton, all that was going on. He was in there threading his way through, and he managed to get through cleanly, which is not always the case. A lot of people do get caught out. But yeah, he's certainly done very well. What just happened back there? What happened to Davrish Singh?
The Davrish Singh just...
I think he's disconnected.
It must be, because he just went into the grass like it was nothing.
I was just
Straight in.
where did he just disappear to? I thought it was maybe a lag or something, but no. I mean, I was just actually talking to race control about the penalty. Their system had crashed, which is why they missed it at the time. But I guess that doesn't matter now. Unfortunately, that's two main races running where he's disconnected, because he was running well at the Nurburgring before that happened.
Yeah, definitely. He had a good run, but as I said, he should have gotten a penalty. Probably this disconnect is now the biggest penalty he can get. Look how beautiful the reflection is on these curbs, and the AstroTurf really letting you know, hey, if you touch me, that's actually quite slippery. So don't do it. Shane doing a good job so far. Didn't pick any additional penalties so far. Where is...
Alright, man, the leader is on the final.
It was
Give it a final push.
Chang who went in with a drive-through, right? Yeah, it was.
No,
Wasn't.
it was Jackman.
Ah, Jackman, yeah, he came out 10th. Right. Was confused, like, where there was the one driver that already did his drive-through. That was Jackman, so at least can run the last 50 seconds freely, no penalty to him. And Dika Ramomalana getting close enough. I think he won the sprint race. He did. Didn't he?
What was that, sorry?
Oh, he did. Didn't Andika Ramomalana win sprint race in Zolder?
No, because he got removed from it. At Zolder?
No, it was Nurburgring. I think he won Zolder sprint, and he will win Zolder main. Just like Lucas Burs won sprint and main in Nurburgring.
Yes, I think you're correct.
Back to back.
Yeah, I mean, he's 8. He's done car number 8, so yes, definitely. that tells you.
That is... It's already very unlikely that we have 2 times the same winner, but that we have 2 times back-to-back.
But he has been, by far, like, even here, he's not even contested. He has just smashed it. Like, he's took over everyone cleanly and absolutely destroyed the competition. Like, these are good drivers, like Rahmat, Burs, O'Hara. These are top drivers. But he is way ahead of them.
Yeah, he's in a very comfortable position, I would say.
Fantastic win for him, no doubt about it. Rahman will be picking up second place flag. However, he won't be holding it, that's for sure. It'll be Lucas Burse that's about to go over the line that will pick up that position. So great work from him. O'Hara over behind him. Oscar Liu is going to get promoted to the podium. So Oscar Liu, congrats to him getting on the podium there. Chang will come over the line. And I guess that will be fourth for him. And then obviously we're going to see Rahman and O'Hara probably shuffled down to fifth and sixth, I would suspect. With Jeff Newton coming over the line in just a moment, he's going to end up in seventh position. Obviously started out on pole in the main race here, but seventh position after being sent off the track by Rahman earlier on. I think he'll be happy that he covered that. Heisa with a penalty, which means Jacquemin, who's just about to go over the line, will actually pick up eighth position.
Yes, I think we got our daily win as well. It must be Lucas Burse in this case. First, second. Did he? Oh no, he came 11th in the sprint race. True. Because he had that little incident and then he dropped out. But normally, it should still be Lucas Burse. Like first, second, and 11th. Over Andika Ramamulana. Who had not that great Nürburgring races. So it will be
because
too.
He got their stop go, didn't he? Andika Ramamulana
Yeah.
in the main race. His stop go 30. So for speeding, yeah, unfortunately, which obviously cost him. But yeah, I mean, fantastic race overall. Far more action packed than I was expecting. That is for sure.
Yeah.
I was not ready for that. I was I was thinking, okay, here we go, Zolder snooze fest. It's going to be a better. No, Zolder was bonkers.
Absolutely loved it. I think the track was great for these cars. And then adding the weather and the change in weather that we saw today, as in like going from nothing to crazy, and then later on from damp to wet, that really gave this a spin, and I loved it. I love that racing action. I'm always voting for more dynamic and random weather in sim racing rather than our 100 millionth race in perfect conditions.
Oh yeah. That's I mean, I obviously know you guys have talked about this before on the Nitro Night show. You had discussions about it, but I completely agree. Like, especially more for me is the endurance races. You know, you're doing a 9-hour endurance, which they just had at Kyalami. You got a 24 hours at Spa. You've got to have changing weather conditions. You have to for something like that, because you're telling me 24 hours at Spa there's not going to be a spot of rain. I think so, and that sort of thing, to bring that into endurance racing, like the long races, absolutely will shake it up completely. I mean, we saw it there, just how much it affected it. Just think of the sprint race, the last sort of 5-10 minutes of the sprint race. Last 5-10 minutes, it's only a 15-minute race, but the last 5 minutes of the sprint race, suddenly it was like disaster. People were on ice. They were obviously trying to figure out how to do it. Lap times tumbled by 3+ seconds, and suddenly everyone was driving as delicately as they could. So 100% changes races, makes it entertaining, which I know, as a born racer, is not what some people are after. They want pure racing action. But the fact is, it happens in real life. Why is it not happening in sim racing?
That's true. I'm just waiting for snow. Happened in real life here as well.
Snow, that's true. Yeah.
No, let's not hope for that. I think snow goes a bit too far. But as I said, this is the last group stage event for the APAC region. Nala will be next week. So there's one last group to figure out who are the top 15 that actually move on to the grand final. Obviously, there's a €15,000 prize pool at the end of Lamborghini The Real Race, 5K per region. We have 3 of them in total: EMEA, Nala, and APAC. And then there's also the chance to become another Lamborghini eSports driver. Obviously, driving yourself as a professional sim racer within an iconic car manufacturer out there, or the iconic car manufacturer, you can nearly say, that everyone has posters in their Charles rooms, I'm absolutely sure. But yeah, in this group, I have to say, compared to the previous season, well, we kind of always had a specific person that we were absolutely sure about winning it. This season's completely different. Yeah. I mean, EMEA is not dominated by Jordan Sherrod. He is already in the Lamborghini eSports team, so he's not with us here. There we have good fights. And then look at this. We got Lucas Burse. We got Andika Ramamulana. We got Jacquemin. All of these people can actually win a race, and that makes it way more entertaining than the previous season.
Yeah, O'Hara's reign is definitely contested. There's no doubt about it in APAC. We're seeing the same in Nala as well. We're probably going to see that next week. Whether that's going to get contested or not, it looks like it is, because it was a pretty open performance at it was Laguna Seca and Brands Hatch, wasn't it, last time out?
Yeah.
For the Nala region. So definitely far more open. Obviously, the format leads to that as well. The top 8 reverse is so much better than it was. As you mentioned before, in days gone by in sim racing, obviously, if you have a great hot lapper, he starts on pole, chances are he's going to finish first, because he's a great hot lapper. That's it. He's been doing lap after lap after lap, probably done 200, 300, 400 laps of the same track multiple times to get that perfect racing line and settings down. So yeah, they're going to do great. But when the top 8 comes in, you see the real racecraft comes through, which is what we saw. Antika Ramamalana and Lucas Burst today, both threading their way through the packs. And they had to fight for those main race wins. To win a sprint race, sure, that's a lot easier than winning a 45-minute main race from 8th position. It's some great work and great craft for them.
Talking about winning a 45-minute feature race, obviously this was Andika Ramamulana taking it. Second time in a row here on Zolder. Won the sprint race, coming around and wins the main race as well. Andika Ramamulana, by the way, nationality is Indonesian, not Australian in this case, because I actually coached one of his friends here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That was quite funny. He posted a picture with me, and Andika messaged him back on Instagram and was like, wait, that's the guy from Lamborghini, the real race.
What the hell?
So it was kind of funny. That's the standings after Zolder. 41 points for Andika Ramulana with 2 wins, obviously, at the top of our board. Oscar Liu in second. That's quite surprising to me. Andrew O'Hara in third. Then Lucas Burs in fourth. And Rachmat in fifth.
Yeah, Oscar Liu obviously picking up third place in the race there, right? And also picked up, I believe, second or maybe third again, or fourth or something like that in the sprint. He was definitely up there in the top 4, if I remember rightly. I'm fending a cat off, don't mind me. But yeah, no, obviously some fantastic racing. And like you say, you're talking about Oscar Liu. I'm going to see, obviously, the main goal of today was to see who the top 15 was going to be, right? The top 15 in groups. I think with an open race like that, it's definitely shook things up a little bit. I'm not looking towards so much the top. I'm looking towards like the 15th place, which was your Shotimers, your Shakils, your Garnhams, Heisa. These guys were all racing and fighting for those positions. So very interested to see how the rankings will shake out. I think it's clear, obviously, who probably the winner is today. It's going to be it's probably going to be Lucas Burst, almost certainly, because he's done well on both tracks, whereas Andika got the stop-go penalty, unfortunately, on the Nurburgring.
Yeah, we're just waiting for getting in the overall results. I think it should be Andika Ramamulana winning the APAC region in terms of the group stage. I think we can certainly say that, because he had already a lot of points, a point lead before coming into Zolder, then getting 2 wins.
He won a race the other week, didn't he? And I'm trying to think which one it was. Was it Suzuka, or was it where else did we go? Damn! Now I've thrown myself in it. I got to look at the schedule. I can't even remember the other track. That was me dropping myself in it. I remember Suzuka clearly. Mount Panorama, of course. I think he won Suzuka. I feel like he had something happen at Mount Panorama, but I feel like he won Suzuka.
Could be. I wasn't around for the first APEC event, so I can't help you on this one.
That's not true. You were
for the first APEC one.
Yes, you were. You missed the MEA.
Oh, true. I didn't do Kielami.
It's just like.
Should have not opened my mouth. That's just how it is sometimes. It's fine. No, it's like I said. I think it's Andika Ramulana taking the region here. Deserved. That's for sure. But as I said, it's so much closer this time. As I said, Andrew O'Hara, Lucas Burst, Jacomin, Davlish Singh. I think all of these drivers are still very valid candidates to become the champion of the region.
That's both main races that he got disconnected from now. Today at least. So obviously I hope he can get his connection issues sorted out for when we do get into the finals. He's going to be in the finals.
Yeah, definitely.
He's clearly a great driver that's been able to get the overtakes done. Very clean, nice overtakes as well. So it's just a shame that he's had 2 disconnects. I say that, obviously he did have that moment where he punted punted Chang straight in the rear, going in the pits. Was kind of expecting him to turn a little bit earlier, but I think that was just a simple mistake.
Talking about things that happen on the track, we should have a look at the highlights of the Zolder 45-minute race because it had a ton of those. The start obviously saw Jeff Newton and Rahmat being in the front row, and Jeff Newton did a lot better than I don't know who was leading into the sprint race, but it was Andika Ramolano who took him down right there in turn 1, but Newton was capable of holding on for lead for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Newton was in good stead until Rahmat punted him. It was actually, I mean, it was forming a bit of a train, but it was only a 6-man train at the time. Obviously, until Lucas Burse and O'Hara both got past, and Milano all got past. What's his name? Joseph Morgan. Sorry, I was about to call him Jordan Morgan. Joseph Morgan. Once they got past him, it certainly closed up, and that's when. Well, let's face it, it came a little bit chaotic in the main race. But in the sprint race, it was very tight. That was Rama Malana and O'Hara sort of battling the way through. And you can see this is when the a little bit of chaos ensued. Burst just lost it on the grass there, right?
Yeah, that was the problem. He got the tap, which got him into the situation in general. But then when rolling back on the tarmac, he just launched it too hard on the acceleration and spun the car around. Bit unfortunate. So it was partly on him as well. That was the cut from Giacomine. That that was Giacomine. How he lost the lead. Yeah. And then it should have been this big fight once again. That was Joseph Morgan this time on the receiving end, because I wouldn't put that one on him, to be honest.
He got a penalty for that. He got a penalty for that.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that was side by side. And if you think of the Luke Burst, when he got sent off by Morgan, I would say it's a similar vein. That
was the drive-through cut.
Yeah, I think so. I was surprised there was only one, actually, because there was quite a few people who were getting close to cutting.
Yeah, that was Giacomine basically throwing away his race. Like, he was in a very good position, then cutting, getting the drive through, losing 2 positions while coming back on track, basically, or like trying to get traction again.
And the drivers he was under pressure from had 15-second penalties already, so there was no reason really. You could, if you're really feeling the pressure, just let them pass and keep on them. It's obviously you can't always tell drivers that. It's you never want to let a driver pass you, do you? But Andika Ramamalana, dominant performance from him, as everybody else sort of goes over the line. But Andika Ramamalana, like 15 seconds ahead from second place. That's massive.
And great laps in general, and great overtaking. These are the overall standings after both qualifier weekends. 8 races in total. 4 different techs. So Andika Ramamulana, the qualifier group stage champion, I would say. 117 points. Then Andrew O'Hara in second. Lucas Burtz on third after 2 wins today here at the Nürburgring. Luca Giacomine in fourth. Could have had more points, that's for sure. Devilish Singh the same here. Same points as Oscar Liu, Rahmat, Chang, Morgan, and Jeff Newton rounding up the top 10. All of these drivers are in the grand final. Additionally, we will see Jilin Sier in as 11th, Mitchell Weston in 12th, then Shaquille in 13th, Adrian Garnham in 14th, and Chotema in 15th. That are the drivers that will go through to the grand final, and everyone else from this region still has a chance on the last chance qualifier, where only the winner will actually go through to the grand final.
And I'd love to look back, but we were talking about Chung, obviously was running in 7th before he went. He was the last to stop, the last person to stop. And now I feel if he hadn't have gone so long and undercut clearly paid off, he may have found himself in there. He ends up on 8 points, Shotema ends up on 17. Would he have picked up, maybe the 9 points gained? I don't know. Possibly. There was definitely a lot of penalties in there, so it's possible. It's just these small little tactical decisions. I would feel that probably at this level, a lot of these guys haven't got a guy in their corner. Some do. Some with teams may have a crew chief sort of in there, giving them some sort of love and telling them when and where to pit. But yeah, unfortunately, that looks like it cost him.
It definitely did, and like I said, he still has the chance to last chance qualifier, but if you can go through to the grand final directly, better do that, right? Because last chance qualifying, you never know what happens. And everyone will be on the absolute edge when it comes to that. Talking about that, we might want to have a look to the schedule and trying to get everyone on board here. What happens next in Lamborghini, the real race. So we did all the group stages from EMEA and now also APAC. So you see APAC hashtag 2. That's where we are right now at event number 5. We will have the group stage Nala just next weekend. The last chance event is not a broadcast, as far as I know.
No.
And then we will have the finals, EMEA, APAC, and NALA, all of them on the same day. So a lot of racing action. If you love just looking at Lamborghinis and you don't mind the racing at all, then even that is a good day. Because you can look at Lamborghinis the entire day for the grand finals. And as I said, the last year we had good racing, but this year we have incredible finals. I'm absolutely sure about that because every region is still open as to whom will get the crown in the end. And who will end up as one of the Lamborghini eSports drivers.
Yeah, it's been very, very competitive. There's no doubt about it. There's some quality racing. For yourself, I know you're going to hate next week because we have Silverstone in there along with Sunfun. But that's what we got to look forward to. Obviously, it's going to be a later start than it was today. Obviously, the APAC region, we have to be early for the region to, actually get some sleep. But obviously next week we're going to be covering Nala, so it will be a later start than today.
Yeah, this is it from us, from Lee and me. Thanks to you for joining once again, and everyone out there for joining us on the live stream, to all the drivers. Obviously, Kuna Sumazioni for bringing us the cool sim of ACC, Assetto Corsa Competizione. That's what we are racing on here in Lamborghini, the real race. My name is Renee, and I see you guys next week.